Robin Sparstow was a lifelong, passionate advocate for whales. During the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, he produced a series of documentary films about the plight of whales and the global movement to save them.
We would like to begin this informal media briefing session to provide just a little bit of background for the holding of this first global conference on the non-consumptive utilization of cetacean resources. This is a unique gathering of persons concerned about the future of the marine mammals which we know of as cetaceans throughout the world. The conference is being co-sponsored by the International Whaling Commission and by a number of other organizations which are listed on the back of the program, which should be in everyone's packet. I'm Robin Sparstow, the volunteer executive director of the Connecticut Cetacean Society, and the Connecticut Cetacean Society more than a year ago had the idea that it might be valuable and helpful to see if a gathering of people from around the world could be focused on the issue that we refer to in quotes as whales alive. The purposes of this conference, which is being sponsored not only by the IWC and the Connecticut Cetacean Society, but the Republic of Seychelles, the Animal Welfare Institute, Greenpeace International, the Humane Society of the United States, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, the International League for the Protection of Cetaceans, the New England Aquarium, which is our host, and the World Wildlife Fund, International Union for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. The purposes are enunciated on the front of your program. Well, that small print there is important because it is designed to have everyone participating have in mind from the start that we are here first to identify, assemble, and present worldwide data involving the non-consumptive utilization of cetacean resources. Second, to examine this data and consider their economic, scientific, and cultural implications. And finally, to relate these data and implications to future activities of the International Whaling Commission and the other co-sponsoring organizations. The co-chair of this conference, who is sitting to my left, is Dr. Francisco Palacio. He is identified more fully inside the front cover of the program. And at this point, I would like to turn the microphone over to him. We should mention that the other chair, co-chair, Russell Frame, who is president of World Wildlife Fund U.S., is unable to be here today because he has a board of directors meeting of World Wildlife Fund in New York City. He's coming up tonight and will be with us this evening and tomorrow. And we felt that to underscore the international, the global scope of this conference, it would be desirable to have two chairpersons to help preside and carry out the meeting. And so I would now like to introduce Dr. Palacio and ask him to say a few further words. Before turning the microphone to Francisco, let me indicate that sitting next to him on the left is Dr. Sidney Holt. Dr. Holt has represented the Republic of Seychelles in the sponsorship and the planning of this conference on the steering committee. On my right is Dr. Ray Gamble, who is the secretary of the International Whaling Commission from Cambridge, England. And Dr. Gamble has determined by the IWC at its meeting last July in Brighton is providing the assistance and support of the Secretariat of the IWC in planning and carrying out this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Barstow. Since later on in the day you will be hearing much more from me at 1 o'clock, the inauguration of the meeting, I will keep this very brief. However, I wish to express my gratitude to the organizing and steering committee for having selected myself to co-chair with Russell Frame this very important meeting. I take a great deal of pride in sitting here with Dr. Gamble, Dr. Barstow, and Dr. Sidney and addressing you in a preliminary and informal press conference. I shall speak further at 1 o'clock. I would like to introduce Sidney Holt to you.
I'd just like to say, I think two things about the meeting from my point of view. One is that Robbins mentioned that I was connected with the Seychelles, and you'll have seen from the program that the Seychelles is the only government that is a co-sponsor of this meeting. The reason for that is in the history of the Seychelles relationship with the IWC, and in particular the proposal and the decision in 1979 to make the whole Indian Ocean a sanctuary for whales. This meeting is not about sanctuaries as such, but the problems of establishing sanctuaries and what we do in and about them are very closely connected with the so-called non-consumptive use and values of the whales and dolphins, because sanctuaries provide opportunities for doing things that perhaps you can't do or can't do so well in places where whaling is continuing. So we are very interested in the Indian Ocean area in this subject because it is so closely linked with our attempts to develop the Indian Ocean into an effective protected area for cetaceans and eventually perhaps for other species of marine animals. The other point I'd like to make, I think, is to draw your attention to one particular paper in the packages, which is the report of the preparatory meeting that was held in the Seychelles a few weeks ago. we decided that a meeting of this kind, we thought, should be more than simply a means of exchanging ideas, that it should lead to something, that it should lead to actions, at least to recommendations to the IWC, but perhaps to other places and other people and other organizations as well. And to make that happen, we thought it was necessary to do some pre-cooking. So a small group met in the Seychelles, including the authors of all the invited papers, and tried to put together some draft recommendations. And that's really the important content of this paper, the draft recommendations. We're not trying to thrust these down the throats of the 100 or 150 people we expect to be at this meeting. We're just trying to give them something to bite on and something to start with that we can mold, chop around, add to, whatever, during the week and come out with something solid at the end, we hope. So it really is very important that you give attention to the recommendations that are in draft in this paper. I think, Robbins, that's the two main things I'd like to say.
I'm Ray Gamble, the Secretary of the International Whaling Commission. As you've already heard, last year the Commission decided that it would support the initiative taken very largely by Robin Barstow through the US government to have this meeting on the use of whales other than taking them as a source of oil or meat or whatever else you get by killing them. And this comes at a particularly interesting time in the role of the IWC and its relationship to cetaceans and to people in the world. When the convention under which we operate was set up in 1946, we were dealing with a fisheries situation. There was a large whale fishery and the IWC was set up to regulate, to manage that fishery. That was a long time ago. The perspectives of the world human population with respect to the world cetacean population has changed quite considerably. The membership of the IWC has changed very dramatically over the last half dozen years. And that change in membership reflects the change in thinking which is taking place in many parts of the world. Many people, many governments now view cetaceans not necessarily as a resource for catching, for utilizing in that consumptive sense, but they begin to see wider values in terms of education, recreation, cultural, whatever, all of the subject areas which we are going to cover during the next few days. So, if the Whaling Commission is to have a future, and I think personally, because I have a prejudiced position being employed by them, if the Whaling Commission does have a future, and as I say, I think it's important that it should have, because there has to be some body, some organization in the world acting as a center, as a focus for all those who are concerned in this region. If that body is to be the IWC, then the IWC has to change its own direction. It has to move from being purely concerned with regulating catching, perhaps to overseeing these wider aspects. I don't know how the IWC is going to respond to whatever comes out of this meeting this week. I hope, as an individual, not as a paid employee, that there will be a different approach now in the future to the use of whales. Not necessarily saying that you can't catch whales at all, but that there are other aspects which need to be regulated. Are we going to harass them by having whale watching boats jumping up on their backs all the time? Are we going to create social problems amongst the whales by keeping them in little enclosures? A whole range of values, a whole range of ideas which will be presented, expanded, developed through these coming days. I see this as a very exciting moment in the history of the IWC. I hope that we shall produce something really worthwhile, because I'd like to be sitting on the crest of this wave as it moves forward. I think it's very, very exciting, and I hope that you will all, what should we say, play the fullest part that you can to put forward your own ideas, not necessarily to beat down anybody else who is conflicting with you, but at least to bring those ideas forward so that they can be thoroughly developed, thoroughly utilized to the best advantage.
Thank you, Ray. I would just like to say one more word with regard to the program, the planning for the conference. And by the way, those of you that just felt a little bit of movement, I would point out that appropriately enough, this meeting this morning is being held on a boat. This may seem to be a building, but it actually is a floating structure. And so once in a while, the waves do remind us that we are close to the sea here. We expect to have over 150 persons taking part in this conference this week. They come from more than 20 different countries. I would like to point out, so that there is no misunderstanding about it, that the persons attending are not specifically official representatives of the country where they reside. There are a few government representatives who will be here, but the name tags which have been prepared for everyone to facilitate communication and discussion simply identify the country or the state in the United States where the individual resides. And it should not be considered by the media or anyone else that because the name tag identifies an individual with a particular country, that they are a spokesperson or official representative of that country. But it is significant that there is this much interest and concern on the part of people throughout the world, so that we do have over 20 countries represented by individuals coming here to take part in these discussions. Now, the program is a very full program, and in the packet of materials which all participants have received if they have registered, there are copies of the basic papers that were specifically commissioned for consideration at this conference. There are 5 main areas of consideration. This afternoon, the first presentation will be on the legal aspects of non-consumptive uses of cetaceans. Tomorrow morning, there will be a main presentation on the educational and cultural uses and values of cetaceans. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a discussion of recreational whale watching. On Thursday morning, the subject will be cetaceans in captivity, and on Thursday afternoon, there will be a major presentation on benign research with cetaceans. Now, following the presentation by the authors of these commissioned papers, there will be an extended opportunity for discussion from the floor. And we are counting upon that to be the key part of the meeting, with as many people contributing as there is time for during those discussion periods. We know that some of the issues are going to be controversial, there are going to be differences of opinion and views, and we wish to have them fully aired and to have an in-depth dialogue about these issues and these subjects. More than 24 participants have prepared what we are referring to as supplementary papers. There simply was not time during the days of the scheduled program to to provide an opportunity for all of the persons that had additional data and observations that they wished to submit to make an oral presentation. We have enough material so we could have a whole week symposium with just somebody speaking to different people all day long for 5 more days. Instead, we have made available as supplementary papers all of these additional documents. There is an abstract or a summary of each of these documents contained in a document that is in your packet. It says summaries of supplementary papers, and under the 4 major categories that are listed here, we have a single-page outline or summary of the content of the supplementary paper so that people can make reference to it, and we do hope that the authors of these supplementary papers will make reference to them during the discussion sessions following the main presentations. I would like to point out that at the Seychelles preparatory meeting, there were 2 additional areas that we did not feel were covered by the 5 main areas that we had commissioned papers for, and so we have scheduled also 2 presentations today, one dealing with the ecological importance of cetaceans, and one dealing with the philosophical or ethical questions that we are asking these days with regard to these matters. They will be this afternoon and this evening, and they are an integral part of the conference. Now, perhaps if no one else has anything to say at this point, we would be happy to entertain questions from the press for any information that you may wish. Would you speak just a little bit louder, please?
I'd like to know what you feel are the more important national contributions of Wales. I've gone out and watched them. And I know they're hunting. But what kind of...
You asked a question about what the conference is about. Why are we having a conference about Wales Alive? It's precisely to examine what commercial and cultural and other values living whales have in contrast to the traditional exploitation of killing whales. We think that this alternative use of whales in relation to human beings is, as Ray has said, sort of the crest to the wave that we're now moving to. This is an exciting period in the history of the relationship of human beings to other living things on our planet. I think it's really just within recent years that a new kind of awareness and consciousness has been developing, and in a sense I think we have felt that whales are not only a symbol but a bridge of human consciousness in relation to other life on Earth. We are looking at the fellow inhabitants of this planet not just as something that is put there to be under the dominion of human beings, but as sharers of our planet, and to explore this kind of relationship and the various questions that relate to it that we are gathered here this week for these discussions.
We ought not to be sort of preempting the meeting itself, but it's pretty obvious that you can make money out of whales other than by killing them. And I think one of the things that led to this meeting was an idea that was put forward at a very big conference on marine mammals in 1976, I think by Roger Payne, that one could make more money out of live whales than dead ones, and that this might be an argument for developing the usage. Now that's one a very crude approach, and one purpose of the meeting, I suppose, was to examine whether that is true and whether it's relevant. But it's also, as Robin said, quite clear that whales do have other values, and least to some people, that don't necessarily get expressed in money terms or don't get expressed in even in material terms. One of them we shall hear about this afternoon is the so-called role they play in the marine system. Whales, some whales feed in the Antarctic and crab in the tropics. Some of them go down to eat food at deep depths in the water and come up and do the same thing at the surface. So they're moving nutrients about in more scientific terms. But we're not quite sure how much they're doing that, whether it really has any overall significance in the economy of the ocean. That's one of the things to look at. But perhaps even more important is the fact that for thousands of years, for some peoples, whales or dolphins have had an enormously important cultural significance. And that's changing. It's not universal, but they still do have a significance, and we saw it when the symbol really of the 1972 meeting on the human environment was a great big whale that was towed around the streets of Stockholm. Now for some people that's a joke, but it still actually does mean something is going on in our culture, and that whale model expresses something that we're not very clear yet in our minds quite what it expresses. For some people it expresses freakishness, for others it expresses something that almost died for to save the environment. So we have to look at that kind of thing too. And lastly, I think many people are coming to think that whales have something to teach us. So they have a value. Now this might be a romantic idea, but perhaps there's something solid to that. Some people have said that cetaceans stand at the pinnacle of one evolutionary mountain while humans stand at the pinnacle of another. That was one way that some biologists have put it. I'm not quite sure that's true. But again, these are all ideas that have to do with the values of whales and dolphins as we perceive. I hope we'll discuss some of these sorts of things in some depth during the work.
I'd like to respond in just one other way also to indicate that whales provide inspiration for the arts. There are photographs on the wall here of this room that are themselves of artistic work. On Thursday evening, we are going to be attending a performing arts gala where some performing artists, singers and musicians and dancers are going to be creating for us some unique experiences involving the interpretation and meaning of whales in relation to the arts. And this is something that is an integral part of the planning for this conference, to try to bring that aspect of it to the fore also. Are there other? The question just asked had to do with what is the definition of non-consumptive utilization of cetaceans. It is an unusual phrase that I think, as Cindy indicated, originally came from consideration by Roger Payne. Francisco, would you like to?
I think Dr. Gamble should address that.
This is always my... It's always my role to get handed the questions that nobody else can face. Non-consumptive, I think, is understood to mean utilization in a way which does not remove the animal from its original place. In other words, if you kill it, you're consuming it. If you just go out and watch it, that's non-consumptive, and that's the broad definition. but you will immediately recognize that there's a grey area that we're actually sitting on at the moment. Down below, there are animals that have been removed from their original environment, but they're still alive. And animals, cetaceans in captivity, is that non-consumptive? It's a grey area, as I say. But, right, the black and white situation is, in a sense, killing against non-killing. And somewhere in the middle, there is an area that we should talk about a lot during the coming days.
We have used the phrase low consumptive utilization to mean the other than killing of them, but removing them from their natural habitat or in other ways perhaps affecting their regular activity. We have a comment from John Paul Fortin-Point.
Maybe we could use benign use rather than non-consumptive. Benign use.
John Paul has suggested the term benign use, which is perhaps a paraphrase for non-harmful, and we have referred to research as being benign research if it did not harm the individuals or the populations that were being studied. Are there other questions or?
Perhaps I should repeat the question for those of you in the back. The question, as I understand it, is how can you convince the people that are making money out of killing whales to make money out of not killing whales? The solution to that point would be one in economic terms, and we hope that on the recommendations and conclusions of this meeting, we will be able to identify a number of possibilities in where it's more important economically as well as culturally to derive certain benefits, not only necessarily economic, on the protection of whales. For instance, recalling what Sidney Holt just referred to as the ecological role of whales in recirculating nutrients, perhaps it is much more to the advantage of those people that are harvesting the upper layers, let's say, of whales in the food chain, to protect whales because there are recirculating nutrients that promote the greater abundance of other species than to, in fact, kill those whales. So in examining all these possibilities, we hope that we're not only thinking of money, but of it in a single way, but that we are, in fact, exploring a number of possibilities rather than restricting ourselves to the traditional single possibility.
I think I can give you a very specific example. I think the context in which this was originally raised, and it has to do with the grey whale. The grey whale is a species which is now a classic of an animal which has reduced nearly to extinction and has recovered under protection. Under the rules of the IWC, the grey whale should be exploited now. The whalers have said, if we've got to stop whaling when a population is reduced to below a certain level, which is what the rules say, then equally we've got to be allowed to stop whaling when the population has recovered to above that level. And at that point, those people who were interested in a new view of whales threw out that idea that you could actually, and people were making more money, there was more flowing through the economy of North America and Mexico through organized whale watching than could be made by taking a so-called sustainable yield of grey whales from meat and oil. That was a very specific issue that was raised. And it's from that that you can proceed to discuss the whole area of the attitudes of the whalers in this sort of situation. But in addition, you have to look at what other people may refrain from doing because they can be convinced that there's some economic value in doing something else about whales. It isn't only the whalers we've got to think about. You've got to think about, say, those who may have the power to decide what happens to a particular breeding area for whales. They may have, in order to protect the whales, they may have to forego some economic gain, even if they weren't catching whales themselves. And so it is worth, in the view of some people, to look at what the other options are to keep that habitat, but to make up for the losses on one side by using the whales to generate income on the other side. Some people may feel, and I'm actually one of them, that this is all a little bit of a red herring, but it's still something that's got to be looked at.
Victor Scheffler has got a comment or question, please.
What might be addressed if in comparison to non-consumptive values, your panel would attempt to make place some value on the consumptive uses. Yeah. In other words, the dockside value of 27,000 whales for the real last year. Ray, if you have any notions of that in terms of millions of dollars, 100 million, 200
There will be, during the further presentations, a good deal of data concerning the commercial aspects of at least the non-consumptive use of whale watching, for example, and other aspects. Whether they can be directly compared is something that perhaps we need to do some thinking about. To what extent there needs to be a balancing in terms of actual dollar value from the consumptive or the non-consumptive use of whales, and to what respect they might conflict or where they might complement each other. This is exactly why we are here, to try to examine in depth these issues. We have, I think, the data and some of the papers and the expertise in terms of the participants to give this the kind of consideration that it requires.
I guess the question that's raised right now deserves some sort of an answer, at least in the order of magnitude, as far as the consumptive use. I would venture to say, from reading Japanese literature, and I hope you could complement that, is that consumptive uses are in the order, have a value of the order of around $50 million per year. That it would be in an order of magnitude, rather than, let's say, $150 million a year. That is perhaps $30 million a year. That would be the order of magnitude.
I tried to look at this in the 1980 catches, and I think 1980-81 came out with about $30 million. So it's in the tens of millions of dollars at sale price.
The question is, can we compare that to the value of whale watching?
We know that the whale watching industry is now a multi-million-dollar industry, but the data in terms of figures are contained in some of the presentations that will be made later this week during the conference and in the supplementary papers, so I think perhaps this might be a good time for us to bring this briefing session to a close and to indicate to you that the participants who are here are going to be happy, we believe, to meet individually with representatives of the press to answer questions and to discuss matters. We hope that you will take the opportunity to hear the main presentations and then subsequently, if you have individual questions, to talk individually or in small groups with the presenters and with others who will be taking part in the conference. We consider this to be a public conference, and I should indicate that the main presentations will be being recorded. The discussions we do not anticipate making a record of, but there will be the opportunity for individual meetings and conferences and interviews as the week goes on.
I'd like to also respond to your question in the sense that consumptive uses at the present time are really benefiting just, let's say, a few fishing companies throughout the world. Whereas if we in the future can reach a point where there is a replenishment of whales, the benign uses of whales can be put into action all over the world where whales occur. Therefore, the potential for, if you wish, economic benefits, in my estimation, can far exceed in the future the current benefits of the continuing exploitation of whales as is practiced today.
Thank you very much. The program will begin this afternoon. The official opening of the conference will take place at 1 o'clock. It will be in the auditorium of the aquarium. This afternoon's meeting will not be here. It will be over in the auditorium, which is just to the left of the entrance
I'd like to take time to welcome you. I'm John Prescott, the director of the aquarium. We just really do want to welcome the participants, the observers, and interested individuals who come together in Boston from all over the world for this first conference to review and discuss Whales Alive. I think it's particularly pleasing for us to, at the New England Aquarium, to host this meeting and discussion. And I would like to say that we certainly look forward to participating in the presentations and the discussions as they go on. The New England Aquarium is an organization that through the years has adopted a role presenting to the public issues of concern and being a forum for discussions of all types. This is one of our initial efforts. This is our first, I think, international meeting at the aquarium. I also want to let some of you know, before I turn this over to Francisco, and as observers, if you're still in Boston in 1 week, we're going to have some work on right whales, another international symposium conducting the scientists studying one species of whale from all over the world. But again, welcome to Boston, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I hope you all enjoy your weekend as well as have a productive discussion.
Thank you very much, John. On behalf of all the participants, express our gratitude for your hospitality and for everything that you've heard of this meeting. I regret at this point the absence of my co-chairman, Russell Train, and Sir Peter Scott, who will be joining us tomorrow morning as your program indicates, which will add a great deal to this, to the chair. In reference to myself, in the Blue Conference program introduces the Honorable Russell Train. Further down, my name doesn't have a similar title, and I hope you will not conclude that I am to be perceived as lacking honorability. I wanted to share some thoughts with you. Personal thoughts. I have some concern over the title of the conference, which is non-consumptive. It has a negative meaning that could also be interpreted as anti-whaling. I believe that we should dispel the possible image of this meeting being in any way anti-anything. On the contrary, I see this strictly as a positive, creative meeting. The purposes of the meeting are clearly defined in the Blue Conference program that all of you should have. In essence, we are re-examining or re-evaluating our relations with cetaceans and trying to identify various possibilities for the future, taking into consideration the new orientation of the IWC with the recent adoption in July 1982 of a decision for a pause in commercial whaling, particularly if the decision is respected by all member nations by the time it will come to effect in 3 years. The traditional thinking behind man's relations with great whales has been essentially unidimensional in the sense that whales were only killed for their parts, man being the only enemy whales had. We are now at the threshold of a new era of multi-dimensional thinking in which we are beginning to explore all the possibilities of our relations with cetaceans. Thus, these new ideas will be, in my mind, intellectually and historically far more important than the one of killing whales. There is now a new international cultural outlook on whales which parallels the common heritage philosophy implicit in the new Law of the Sea Convention. But whereas the Law of the Sea has at its core the issue of manganese nodules for strategic and other reasons, the new alternatives for cetaceans are culturally more promising in redefining man's future role in nature, particularly as we approach the 21st century. From the preparatory meeting in the Seychelles and the documents available to us now, it is clear that we are just scratching the surface of a new era. The important thing now is to consolidate our ideas, pass them on to various organizations, including the IWC, and to establish the mechanisms for the actual implementation of our collective thinking at the end of this conference. It is important to keep in mind the necessary follow-up if we are going to bring this meeting to meaningful fruition. Based on the preliminary meeting in the Seychelles, I can assure you that there is no final agreement on a number of very interesting issues, and I anticipate a great deal of controversy. We look forward to an exciting week and to the conclusions that are to shape things to come. To conclude this introduction, I would like to remind us all of the Bible. In the first page of Genesis 1:21, God on the fourth day created the great whales that were to come forth abundantly. The whales are the first animals specifically mentioned in the Bible. This abundance indicated in Genesis has been changed over the last few centuries by men's thought of great whales for a single purpose. During this week, we are to think about and recommend other purposes. Presumably, with the help of God's original blueprint and intentions, we will succeed in our task. Unfortunately, I have to start my mission as a chairman by announcing a change in the program so carefully prepared. We were expecting to have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Patricia Birney to discuss the legal aspects of non-consumptive uses of cetaceans. Apparently, she has been delayed, and we shall therefore first follow on with the program with the presentation on the ecological importance of cetaceans that will be presented by Steve Katona. Steve Katona is a faculty member in biology at the College of the Atlantic in Bar Harbor, Maine. He has a BA and a PhD from Harvard University, and he has done research on whales in the Gulf of Maine. His particular interest is in individual identification of humpback whales by means of fluke photographs. He has developed techniques which are now widely used for studying migrations, site fidelity, and other aspects requiring individual identification. So Steve, would you please join in and present your paper? I'd like to remind us all that we're in a very strict schedule and that we must be very concise in our interventions, and we hope that those of you that will introduce or present your papers confine yourselves to the essence and the summary and the ideas behind it. I think one of the reasons that I was selected to chair this is because some of my friends know that I will have no hesitation in being rude and cut off anybody that thinks Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Well, I was thinking about getting a red wig and a red bandana. Those of you who know Hal possibly appreciate that. But at any rate, I don't know where Hal is. And with somebody like him, it's very difficult to tell where in the world he is right at the minute. But I am here to relay to you some of his ideas on what I think is a very difficult question, the ecological, or a very difficult subject, I should say, the ecological importance of cetaceans. And I would just, as a preface, like to mention that back in 1970, when many of us here, I know there are old-timers who were interested in all this before them, but and many of them I think are right here today. But back then, I think we wanted whales to be vital, critical factors in the environment so that we would have a reason for saving them. The future at that time looked very bleak for many of the species, and I think we were looking for some sort of ecological justification, among other things, for any efforts to preserve this group of animals. Now it's, 13 years later anyway, and a lot has been learned, and I wonder, I know Hal wonders, whether this approach is still important, and also I think we wonder what have we learned about this general topic in that decade. So Hal was asked, I believe, at the Seychelles meeting to prepare a paper on this topic. He told me over the telephone that it was even an afterthought at that working group. I wasn't there, so I don't know. But in any case, I think he may have had the bad fortune to suggest it, and so he got stuck doing it. And now he can't be here, so I am relaying to you his ideas, supplemented to some extent by my own. He did call me perhaps 2 or 3 weeks ago and asked quickly, had I any ideas on this topic, and so I did, actually. I had been thinking about it, I had a few, and he incorporated it into the paper, and it was only later that I was told I had to present the paper. So here I am, and I believe you all do have copies of this, so I will not belabor it by reading the whole thing, but I do just want to skim the cream and leave plenty of time, I hope, for discussion and ideas from the floor. And I know that that's going to be an important part of all of these topics, and so I do encourage you, even though we don't know each other, to please don't be shy when it comes time to come forth with your ideas. The way Hal approached this is to first start with the idea, with the definition of cetaceans in marine ecosystems, and a statement really of the importance of these large animals in certain areas, certainly in past times and also at this time. In particular, he mentions the Antarctic, where the baleen whales probably still are the major vertebrate group in the southern oceans. By the way, one other thing, in the interest of time and simplicity, I am not going to footnote all of the ideas in this paper, which come from many people, many sources, many of you here. They are all adequately acknowledged in the paper. In any case, Hal feels that the cetaceans as a whole, and possibly just the sperm whales, consume more prey species than the entire world fishery. That is a very important point. Of course, they are joined in that task by many species of marine birds. Within the cetaceans, the orcas alone are, apart from people, at the top trophic level in the oceans. And sperm whales share that role with them. And probably sperm whales have no counterpart anywhere in the mesopelagic, in the ocean, in their consumption of mesopelagic and bathypelagic squid. So, all of you know that cetaceans are found throughout marine ecosystems. They have significant, unique roles in them, but the question is, are they important? Are they necessary to the functioning of ecosystems as we know them today? And just to make a long story short, we will conclude at the end, I believe, that we still do not know the answer to that. I do want to stress that everything in this paper should be considered an idea, a suggestion, a hypothesis at best, because we really do not know very much about what's going on, and even some of the things that we think we know are still very controversial. When discussing attitudes toward ecosystems, Hal feels that it's important to decide what it is that we are looking for from an ecosystem. What kind of ecosystem are we interested in keeping or creating? This is very important, of course, for management. And he details, I think, 4 different views of an ecosystem. As the first is, of course, the natural system, which always has a lot of adherents. In this view, the ideal ecosystem is the natural one, the one that was present before any disturbance by people. Another type of ecosystem which we might like to address, create, or study is a stable ecosystem. That's a tough one, as any of you ecologists know. Stability is very difficult to define, but the idea that Hal includes here is that the system is the most stable, that system is the most stable, which shows the least disturbance after removal of a species. How you would go about measuring the disturbance is, of course, an interesting problem. But in any case, the question of diversity and stability and the relationship between them are things that he is addressing there. Another possibility, another management goal might be the maintenance of the most productive ecosystem, where productivity would be monitored or measured as yield to people, or possibly as production of any particular type of species. The question then is of the importance of cetaceans can be addressed in several ways. One is trying to understand what effects have happened after removal of cetaceans from a system. And of course, the greatest example of that, the most important example, is the Antarctic system, where probably over the course of the past decades, the biomass of rorqual whales has been reduced by at least 90%. And there, a really drastic decrease may have produced some measurable effects, but people still aren't sure. And Hal cites Law's work reviewing evidence for changes, increases in the populations of seals and seabirds, apparently reacting to the krill surplus, which has been produced by the decrease in the number of large whales, which had previously been gobbling them down. And as I say, that idea is still controversial. It is not clear to some scientists whether that evidence is incontrovertible or not. And on a theoretical basis, it is also arguable, Hal points out, because we are still not sure whether biological predation can actually control populations. And I won't go into this in detail, but Probably some of you are aware that ecology has been through a number of stages with this particular problem, starting with an idea that physical factors were determinant, really, in the operation of natural systems, and proceeding largely in the 1960s and continuing today with the idea that biological interactions are the most important in determining population sizes. And now I think, just parenthetically, we can begin to see the pendulum coming back again, with more emphasis on physical factors as really primary determinants in the operation of natural systems. And if anybody doubts it, just look at the climate this year, which has everywhere produced rather drastic changes. In any case, this concept of surplus yield, which may be recoverable or redistributed after the removal of cetaceans, is still in the state of discussion, and Hal points out that it has been, that this also applies in the situation off Newfoundland, the capelin fishery, which has, of course, had a good deal of press in recent years. The idea there is that the capelin stock offshore had been reduced by foreign fishing fleets. The question is, were cetaceans, let me see if I got this right. The question that Hal poses is what the role of whales had been in the capelin fishery. And I will just give you a brief idea here that Hal is wrestling with the idea of surplus yield. One thing that Hal points out here that's really quite interesting is, from historical records, it appears that the early colonists to the United States, to America, found remarkable stocks of fish and remarkable stocks of whales of a number of species. And it does not appear that the removal of whales by whaling has increased the supply of fish that we have available to us. That Hal says specifically, depleted whale stocks do not appear to be a prerequisite for healthy fish populations. Obviously, what he's getting at here is the question of whether cetaceans compete in the ecosystem for prey which would otherwise be available to people. And obviously, he's done something very interesting here. The original topic of the paper is the ecological importance of cetaceans, and he has very subtly introduced people as parts of the ecosystem. This is something that I think would not have been done, actually, in 1970. So we are all part of it, and I think that that is something that needs to be stressed. Well, coming down to some more speculative ideas, but things that I think really do need to be discussed, we might consider the importance of cetaceans, and if you see this whole time I am doing generic brand cetaceans, but in any case, in the importance of these animals in nutrient cycling. And in this area we might look at two different types of cycling. First of all, cycling of nutrients from depth to the surface and vice versa, and also latitudinal cycling of nutrients. Of course, many of the cetaceans are creatures that dive deeply in their pursuit of prey. And while they're down there, if they're feeding at depth, they may very well excrete nutrients that were actually taken at the surface. Or they might do it the other way, take food at depth and excrete at the surface. If the latter is done very frequently, cetaceans might possibly be an important vehicle for carrying nutrients from depth to the sunlit productive surface waters. This is, of course, not a new idea. I believe Vinogradov and some of the Russian scientists were working with the ladder of migrations theory back in the 60s, but acknowledging the role of cetaceans as one of those ladder rungs may be I think, an important statement. The latitudinal nutrient cycling may be important in the case of migratory species such as the humpback whale, which feed at high latitudes and engulf large amounts of fish, other foods up there, and then migrate for reproductive activities to lower latitudes, such as Silverbank or Hawaii and other places. And this might be far-fetched, but in any case, it's in the paper, and I present it to you. If any of the whales do die on that southern range, the decomposition of their bodies would play an important part in nutrient regeneration in those southern areas, which are actually rather nutrient poor. As you know, the only really productive sites in those latitudes are either upwelling sites or coral reefs, places where something special is going on. And Hal wonders whether transport of, I guess we could call it bulk carriage of nutrients by baleen whales might be important. Do cetaceans affect their environment? And if so, how? And we think that they may make substantial changes to the environment in several ways. And the examples that are picked out here, first, gray whales, which, and Hal uses the term suction feed, but they apparently do feed on the bottom in the Bering Sea, removing sediment in the process of collecting their food from the bottom. And those lucky divers who have been able to get to the bottom down there, or up there, and look it over actually see grooves which have been plowed in the bottom. And it appears that the amphipod species, which make up the bulk of the gray whale's food in that area, may colonize those troughs or grooves in the bottom and may possibly be able to grow better in them than they would in the undisturbed bottom. And if that's the case, then it looks very much like the gray whales are busy farming the bottom of the sea in their feeding area, which is a very clever thing to do if it's true. Another possible effect, which may have considerable importance to some species, would be the modification of the acoustic environment of the ocean by vocalizations. And I think the model that we had in mind here, that Hal had in mind, was, of course, humpback whales, which are on their breeding range fairly noisy creatures, and are able to produce sustained sounds which last for a long time, at least when you consider the whole population. Now, if you consider that migrating birds use all possible modes and clues to guide their movements, including acoustic cues, such as the noise that comes from cities or the noise that come from frog ponds and things like that, you might wonder whether other creatures in the environment, beside the whales, use such sound posts, if you will, or acoustic hotspots for any of their biological activities. Obviously, we are reaching for ideas, and I think that that is pretty much the status of this inquiry. It is reaching for ideas and trying to bring together any type of information toward understanding the importance of cetaceans. So I hope you will take this in that spirit. Hal goes into the topic of resource partitioning. I have already alluded to that briefly. The question of how are the resources of the ocean to be divided amongst people, and is that for me? I thought you were being ruthless already. Sorry. How are these resources to be divided amongst the cetaceans and the people and the other species? A very difficult proposition, obviously. Hal concludes that there is no concrete evidence that cetaceans harm fisheries in the largest sense. Obviously, there are numerous examples of dolphins stealing fish from nets or whales blundering through nets, and we all know the serious complications that these have caused to the individual fisherman or to the individual cetacean. But on the largest scale, he feels that we do not have any adequate evidence that cetaceans are, shall we say, stealing the food from our mouths. Furthermore, and this is the kicker, he suspects that the dynamics of marine systems are so complex that it's unlikely that such evidence will be found in the near future, even if there is harm being done. Another interesting point that Hal makes is, with regard to sperm whales, they may, by their activities, feeding activities, actually be helping Pacific fisheries. An idea has been forwarded that sperm whales in the North Pacific eat large quantities of squid which is generally unexploited and apparently now unexploitable by people. And it may be that the squid on which they feed are themselves competing with our fisheries for commercially exploited species. Now, if this were the case, the presence of those sperm whales would, in fact, be lowering the population of those competing squids and releasing fish, more fish, for human commercial exploitation. Well, that's the kind of thing we like, but there is not much evidence for it. And those of you who perhaps have delved into bioluminescence may recognize in another form the burglar alarm hypothesis, whereby the tiny little dinoflagellates, which sparkle in the water when disturbed, are supposedly actually calling crustacean predators or fish predators to eat the crustaceans which are disturbing them. It's an interesting hypothesis, and I can see that it's going to keep a lot of marine scientists in business for a long time. There's the question of symbiotic relationships, and here we do have many examples that are quite interesting and I think quite important. Evidence has recently been reviewed concerning the associations between seabirds and cetaceans, and the number of instances in which the two feed together is, of course, very high, and there are a number of very interesting examples, not the least of which is the abundance of various kittiwakes and other birds which follow gray whales around in the Bering Sea, feeding on amphipods and other invertebrates which escape from the gray whale's mouth along with the plume of dirt that's released up at the surface. And this is quite a striking phenomenon that many people have noticed and commented on. And of course, there are many other examples of gulls and terns and kittiwakes and all manner of things feeding on fish and other prey that the whales or dolphins are driving to the surface. Now, obviously, these situations help the birds. We don't know whether the cetaceans ever key in on the birds and use the birds to find their food, but in any case, the birds are getting a helping hand in a number of these cases. And one wonders whether that is critical to those seabirds or whether it is just an added benefit. Maybe it is just a smart way of finding their food more efficiently, but they could get around and get along on their own. Tuna also take advantage of dolphins, probably for food finding. As you all know, we've got the dolphins in a lot of trouble out in California. It may be that large whales in warm waters are focal objects for communities of small fish or other creatures which hang around underneath them, as they often do under logs or boats. And of course, there are whole communities of parasites, such as cyanid amphipods, whale lice, which utilize whales as their substratum, and in fact are floating around on living islands in the middle of the ocean. And it is certainly likely that if the whales were to disappear, their parasite communities would also disappear. Whether that's of any consequence to us, other than the invertebrate zoologists present, is another matter. I'm getting to the end of this. One thing that I think is very important and very interesting is the behavioral shaping of prey species, which may have been accomplished by the cetaceans. And in particular, I think we can look at two examples. First, the killer whales. Ooh, bad place to say that. The orcas. The orcas, as top predators, undoubtedly have helped to shape the escape responses and probably the morphological appearance, perhaps the morphological appearance of their prey species, just as wolves have done probably with deer or moose on which they feed. On the other hand, a more complicated problem is faced by bait fish such as capelin or sandlance or herring in the face of one of these onslaughts by a rorqual whale. Obviously, if you are a bait fish in a school, or if you are a school of these small fish and you are attacked by a say seabirds or groundfish, you may find that your best strategy to escape being eaten is to cluster with your comrade fishes into a tight ball. Well, obviously, if a whale is after you, that is the very worst strategy, because the whole school will get eaten. So there's a very interesting, I think, behavioral dialectic here that may involve the whales and the other predators. Finally, Hal mentions, that cetaceans may be important indicator species, that they may tell fishermen and other creatures where fish is, how much fish is there, because the whales, we don't know how they do it, but they find concentrations of prey. The dolphins, we know a little bit more perhaps about how they do it. But in any case, Hal thinks that they may possibly make excellent indicators of the health and nature of the subsurface ecosystem. And of course it is clear that fishermen have been making use of that information and watching these creatures for centuries. They could also be used as pollution indicators, but when we get into something like that, I think we are leaving the topic that we set out to address. So here is the conclusion, and it's something that I think I concur with. Hal says it is possible and even probable that there would be no essential change in the nature of the marine environment if cetaceans were removed. It is unlikely that there would be a great change in either the primary productivity of the oceans or the biomass available for commercial harvesting. And he continues, we don't really know whether they have a positive or negative effect on fisheries, and we probably won't really know for a very long time. And in essence, we find that the ecological importance of cetaceans is really very difficult to determine, and it depends greatly on what we consider to be important. Somehow he gets himself off the hook at the end here, saying, however, there's good reason to believe that the cetaceans have a considerable role in the ocean as man sees and uses it. Well, I think that that is probably true locally and for different species to different degrees, but as I said in the beginning, we wanted whales back in 1970 to be vital and critical factors in the environment so that we'd have a reason for saving them. And now, I wonder if that isn't a dangerous approach. I wonder whether organisms do require justification for their preservation or conservation or management. And I wonder what happens if they can't be justified, if you find that they aren't ecologically important. I think that the ideas that Hal has assembled here today give you the idea of a search, really, a search that certainly has no answer at this point. And perhaps it would be appropriate, without my rambling further, to ask for comments from the floor or for important points that you think have been left out, or for directions in which you think that we could most profitably proceed.
Edinburgh Society that has a pub here in Boston. We rescued her recently to come join us. Patricia will address the very important aspects of the legal implications of the convention and the directions. And I promise you that it will be a very stimulating presentation. And with you, I leave you to Trinity.
Thank you very much. Well, first let me say how pleased and honored I am to be in Boston again. I was somewhat reassured to find yesterday that tea in Boston can now be obtained chilled and in unopenable cans, and that somewhat reassured me during my stay here. I must apologize for finding Boston too attractive this morning and going off to the museum and ending up clearly not having allowed enough time to negotiate the transport system back. And I'm very sorry to have occasioned the hasty change of program. I apologize to all those who were concerned. But anyway, here I am, and as Bernard Shaw once said that we were two countries, the United States and Britain, divided by a common language, let me suggest that we have one common phrase, which is better late than never. And we all understand what that means. What I'm going to do in opening this subject is to take the lid off something that is rather a can of worms. There are a lot of difficult problems in applying the international law to the changing situation in the International Whaling Commission. As you know, at the last Whaling Commission meeting last July, a vote was passed which amended the schedule to the convention. And the vote amended the schedule by setting 0 quotas for 1985 for the land stations and 1985-6 for the pelagic whaling expeditions. And they provided that there would be no commercial whaling thereafter. Now, this introduces a new era into the International Whaling Commission, into the international law of whaling, the possibility that in the foreseeable future there may be an era in which there is no commercial whaling at all. We should note, however, that the vote in favor of this amendment was 25 for, 7 against, with 5 abstentions. In other words, 7 states that are still whaling did not vote in favor of this, and 6 like to object. I'll come back to these procedures for changing the schedule to the Commission in a little while. But although there is the possibility that there'll be an end to commercial whaling, it is by no means absolutely certain. And in any case, the amendment to the schedule provided that there would be an end to commercial whaling, but the situation would be reviewed by 1990 at the latest. That leaves open the possibility that if the whaling stocks recover, whaling may be resumed. Well, what is a non-consumptive use? I addressed that later in my paper. There are several other papers that are going to be given during the course of this conference which address the question of non-consumptive uses. Those that have been identified so far include things like whale watching, putting whales in dolphin area and ocean area for public display, doing scientific research on whales in a benign way that doesn't destroy the whales, and lots of uses of whales for educational and cultural values. You're going to hear a great deal about those during the rest of the week. My paper addressed three questions that now arise if commercial whaling does end. First of all, can a convention, which is entitled the International Convention for Regulation of Whaling, continue to apply in an era of non-commercial whaling, of entirely non-consumptive uses? If so, a second question arises. To what extent does the convention apply? Does it all apply, or do parts of it apply? And finally, if we agree that it can continue to apply to some extent, can it apply to non-consumptive uses entirely or only partly? Can it apply only to non-consumptive uses? What kind of regulation would be required if it was applied to only non-consumptive uses? What kind of regulation is required anyway, whether it is applied to non-consumptive uses for a regulatory purpose or merely for recommendatory purpose? So the third aspect is the nature of regulations or recommendations that the Whaling Commission might move on to if we find that it can continue to fulfill a role. Now, this vote that was taken place at the end of commercial whaling by 1985-6 does, quite apart from the limitations I've mentioned on the objections, have another qualification that I should add. There are exceptions already in the Convention in which whales can still be used for consumptive purposes. One is that whales can still be taken for scientific research. The Convention doesn't require that the research be what is now called benign research. Even whales that are otherwise protected can be taken for research purposes. And there is still an exception for aborigines, or whaling purely for their cultural needs or subsistence needs. So some form of whaling will continue. In arriving at this amendment of the schedule, certain procedures that are laid down in the Whaling Convention had to be gone through. The Convention consists of the main body of articles which lay down the powers and purposes of the Commission and establish the Commission. The schedule is part of it, but is flexible and can be changed every year. And the criteria for amending it are laid down in the Convention. We'll come to the details of those in a moment. To amend it requires a 3/4 majority, and as I've already illustrated, you can object if you are not part of the majority. Objections have to be made in 90 days, which is why these 4 states have objected. It's possible that they may not sustain their objections. By 1985-6, sufficient pressure may have been exerted for these states to change their minds, or there may be economic pressures. We simply don't know at the moment what the situation is going to be. The objections may, in the end, be withdrawn, but they had to be made within the 90 days because of the framework of the Convention. There are a number of other qualifications that you have to bear in mind about the nature of international law before you can understand the situation that is now developing in interpreting the Convention to this new situation. International law is a decentralized system. There is no supranational authority making the law. States have to consent, either by surrendering some of their sovereign powers through treaties and accepting binding written obligations in treaties, or by their practices building up a customary international law which they accept as binding. There is no compulsory dispute settlement procedure in international law. States can't be made to take arguments about interpretation to some international tribunal. They could provide in a treaty for reference to dispute settlement machinery, an international court or an arbitration. In the Whaling Convention, they have made no such provision. In all these treaties, you find that there are methods of protecting state sovereignty. States are always very jealous of their sovereign powers and are not prepared to surrender things that they haven't clearly limited, hence the objections procedures, the requirements for three-quarters majorities, and so on. Now, in this paper, what I have to emphasize that the interpretation that I'm going to unfold to you, that is a possible interpretation of the Convention, is an interpretation that I've put on it in applying the principles of international law. Sovereign states will take their own views. They will consult their own legal advisors, they will consult their political and economic interests, and they may not necessarily agree with my interpretation. But nonetheless, the interpretation I'm going to suggest, I think, is one that can be sustained. There are also, final qualification, a number of other conventions. I concentrated on the Whaling Convention because it is so much in our minds and is the one that is primarily relevant. But there are now quite a lot of conventions. The Convention on Trade in Endangered Species, the Antarctic Marine Living Resources Convention, Convention on Migratory Species of Wild Animals, one on habitat. The various organizations like the European Economic Community have started passing directives and regulations. We have quite a body of emerging international law, but I'm concentrating, for purposes of this paper, on the role of the Whaling Commission. It doesn't rule out these other initiatives, however. Now let's address the first question. Can the Whaling Convention continue to apply once there is no commercial whaling? There are 40 states that are still party to the Whaling Convention, although some of them are about to leave, in particular Dominica. And some of these may argue that the convention does not apply, because this end of commercial whaling would defeat its objects. Is there an answer to that? I think there is. The objects of the International Whaling Convention are somewhat ambiguous, but they are also mixed. If you look at the preamble to the Whaling Convention, it states that the parties are anxious to establish a system of international regulation of whale fisheries, but this is to ensure proper and effective conservation and development. It stresses that it's a convention to provide for proper conservation of whale stock and in order to make possible the orderly development of the whaling industry. So there is not only the industrial purpose, it is coupled with the objectives of conservation and optimum development. And none of these words are actually defined in the convention. I'll come back to that in a moment. When you look at the powers that have been given to the Commission to amend the schedule, to adopt regulations for whaling, these regulations are said to be the regulations necessary for conservation and utilization of the whale resources. But neither conservation nor utilization is defined in the Convention. Where that leaves us, what are the real objects and purposes? Are they defeated by a move to non-consumptive uses? There is a doctrine of international law, which is known as the principle of rebus sic stantibus. Those of you who saw that in the paper may have rather blinked at the introduction of some of these Latin legal phrases. But that means that there is an assumption on the part of some states that they have only given their consent to be bound by a treaty as long as the facts stay as they are, as long as the situation stands as it was agreed at the time the treaty was concluded. And they would argue that if there's a fundamental change of circumstances, the treaty comes to an end. Well, first of all, I think we have some fairly good answers to that. If you look at the principles of international law developed in this field, you'll see that this principle can only be applied if the objects and purposes of the convention are completely destroyed. There is a convention on treaties. the Vienna Convention, which was concluded in 1969. It has come into force in 1981. 39 states have become parties to it. 14 of the parties to the Whaling Convention are parties to the Vienna Convention, and several of them have also signed it. So a small majority of whaling states have endorsed the principles of the Vienna Convention, even though technically the convention doesn't begin to apply to treaties until 1981 onwards. It's widely thought that the Vienna Convention, in any case, has codified the customary law, as well as writing down new obligations. There is some scope for argument about the extent to which it is codifying, but in the case of this particular principle of changing circumstances, there is an article which says that states cannot invoke unforeseen circumstances as a ground for ending or withdrawing from a treaty, unless the circumstances are an essential basis of consent, and if the change radically transforms the extent of their obligations still in force. Well, I would argue that as the treaty is not automatically ended by this doctrine, there are a number of purposes and objects that are still in force which are not defeated by a move to non-consumptive uses. If you look at the effect that the Whaling Commission has given so far to the vast change in circumstance since 1946, when it was brought into being, you'll see that the practice of the states in interpreting the convention rather supports this view. For example, the schedule permits certain regulations that are related to non-consumptive uses. Stocks can be declared as protection stocks. Seasons can be declared closed seasons for whaling. Waters can be declared closed waters. Areas can be designated as sanctuary areas. And in practice, over the years, most stocks have now been made protection stocks, not subject to whaling. There is a large area of the Indian Ocean which has been made a sanctuary area, with the agreement of the states that border this area, some of which, not all of which, are parties to the Whaling Convention. There has, in fact, been a radical change in practice from the majority of the members who signed the convention in 1946, who were only 12 states, being whaling states, to a majority of the members now being non-whaling states. Even originally, one of the 12 states was non-whaling states. Sweden was an original member, and none of the states that has been a whaling state has left on giving up whaling, and many states have joined since whaling became a minority activity. So we can say that the majority of states now accept that the Commission is largely concerned with regulating non-whaling activities and overviewing these. The preamble to the Convention also states that the interest of all nations in safeguarding for future generations the natural resources represented by whale stock is to be taken into account. And the treaty is open to all states without any qualifications about whaling activities now or in the past. In addition, should states feel that their sovereignty is infringed by these radical changes, the Convention supplies not only objections procedures, but has an article which permits withdrawal. Canada recently withdrew from the Convention for reasons connected with the possibility of extending its regulations to small cetaceans. But that is a possibility to safeguard states if they don't accept these interpretations. I mentioned that at the end of commercial whaling, there will still be a lot of purposes that the Convention can still fulfill. Under Article 4, it is required to recommend various things. It can recommend studies on whaling and whales. It can collect information on trends in whale stocks. It can instigate studies of methods of collecting information. It can issue reports of a scientific nature, reports on its own activities, reports on anything to do with whales and whaling. It can collaborate with other organizations. I've mentioned there are a great many of these now developing, and it will be an important function of the Commission to act as a network organizer for the linking of all these conventions that now regulate or protect in various ways whales. It has already used its powers in the recommendatory field, which is allowed to exercise under Article 6. It can make recommendations on anything to do with whales or whaling, and anything to do with the obligations under the Whaling Treaty. It exercised these to cover such things as pirate whaling, humane killing, all things which are considerable extensions of its original practices. It can also, as I've already mentioned, deal with scientific permits. Although the final power to issue the permit stays with government, the practice of the Commission now is the Scientific Committee scrutinizes the permit and gives advice and makes recommendations to governments on whether these are good practices that are proposed for research or not. And finally, the Convention provides quite a considerable role under the budget of the Commission and the staffing of the Commission for it to act in all these fields that I've mentioned and to raise funds, including funds for scientific research. It has an important role in this respect. Now, if we say, therefore, that in the light of all these purposes, the Convention clearly isn't defeated when commercial whaling ends, how far can the Convention apply to a new era of non-consumptive uses? Non-consumptive use is not a term that has been defined in any treaty. I looked it up in the dictionary, failing other information in treaties or the Whaling Convention or the practice of the parties. The plain meaning given to a consumptive use in the Oxford English Dictionary is that it's a use which destroys the object of the use. By implication, a non-consumptive use is a use which doesn't destroy the subject of the use. At an Indian Ocean symposium recently on marine mammals in the Indian Ocean, the definition was begun. Here they were trying to define non-consumptive development in relation to marine mammals, and they included in a tentative definition not only the non-consumptive uses, but also low-consumptive uses, because it is possible for scientific research or public display, as you will see from some of the other papers, in fact to use some living whales. And it is a question that we will want to discuss as to whether we want to confine the definition of non-consumptive uses strictly to that, or to take a definition which would permit some low-consumptive use, a use which is strictly controlled and regulated. And this is something we'll want to consider. The present application of the Convention clearly does cover some non-consumptive uses. I've mentioned protection of stocks, creation of sanctuary areas, making recommendations on all aspects of whales and on scientific research. It's another question, however, to decide whether, although the Convention clearly applies already to some non-consumptive uses and could be extended further, whether it could apply only to non-consumptive uses. This, I think, is much more difficult. International lawyers in general, frequently find themselves, because of this decentralized system, working in what we call a grey area. I spend a lot of my time in grey areas, and this is one of the grayer areas. What, in fact, could the Convention do in relation only to non-consumptive uses? Well, there are no dispute settlement procedures. We can't ask any tribunal, unless all the parties, all 40 parties agree to take it to some tribunal, what the interpretation is. If you have a body like this with no dispute settlement procedures, but with a standing commission which can interpret the Convention, the International Court of Justice and state practice in general supports the view that such a commission can exercise implied powers to interpret the Convention itself. And when it does that, when it's not handing it strictly over to a legal body, it can do it in a much more liberal and less rigid way. And there are certain principles of international law, most of which have been codified in the Vienna Convention, which can guide the Commission in adopting an interpretation which will be a liberal one in this new situation. First of all, although the Vienna Convention and customary law tell us that we should first of all look at the ordinary meaning of the words in the Convention, it also tells us that we should do this in good faith and that we should look at the words in their context, not just isolated in a phrase, but look at them in relation to the preamble, the schedule, which has changed over the years, and in relation to any other relevant documents. We can also look at them in relation to the objects and purposes. We should interpret the meaning in relation to the objects and purposes, which I've mentioned include conservation and utilization as well as regulating an industry. In practice, as I've indicated, the objects and purposes have been extended pretty fully already. But it is possible, in taking these liberal interpretations, to give a special meaning to words. Now, this is not very often done, but it is a possible way out of the situation. It might be possible, for example, for the Commission to give a special meaning to the word whaling industry and interpret it in this new era as a whale watching industry. To interpret utilization as exclusively non-consumptive uses in this changed situation. Another principle which is useful is that in international law, although this principle is not in the Vienna Convention, may be disputed by some states, states should try to give to a convention what is called an effective interpretation. That is to say, an interpretation which will make it fulfill its purposes and will not defeat them. And as I say, the purposes of conservation will continue. Some states favor what's called a teleological approach, another rather legalistic word, but that means they look more to start with at the objects and purposes and less at the precise words used, and try to interpret the convention as a whole in the light of its purposes, looking more into the history of it and so on. Even if we take that kind of view, you can make quite a good case for saying that the convention should be given a liberal interpretation to cover non-consumptive uses once whaling has ended. Now, before I draw to a conclusion, I feel I ought to pay some attention to the developments outside the convention in the UN Conference on the Law of the Sea. The UN Conference on the Law of the Sea did include some articles which create both problems and advantages for the kind of situation we're now in. On the one hand, the convention proposes that all states should have sovereign rights over living resources in economic zones measured 200 miles from the baselines of their territorial sea, but beginning in practice beyond a territorial sea of a maximum of 12 miles. So on the one hand, states have been given new rights to living resources in 200-mile zones. The Whaling Convention, by its terms, applies to all waters, including land stations, territorial waters, and so on, in which whaling is pursued by the vessels that previously engaged in it and by land stations. There are obviously going to be problems for some states in marrying these two sets of rights. That is such a complex problem that I'm not going to address in this paper. But there is a good argument for saying that for states parts to the convention, they can certainly interpret it as continuing in this situation. And to clarify the need for the convention to continue even with economic zones, two articles were included dealing first of all with highly migratory species, which were really envisaged as species such as tuna, but also in an annex included certain species of cetaceans, because some cetaceans are taken in incidental catches to migratory species. Under this article, Article 64 of the Law of the Sea Convention, highly migratory species must have their optimum utilization promoted, but states should cooperate for the purpose of conserving these resources through international organizations. And to make it quite clear that for marine mammals generally and cetaceans in particular, states really cannot manage to conserve these species without an international organization because of their exceptionally highly migratory nature and their very special characteristics, which have been noted now in a number of conventions, that states, in the case of marine mammals, can regulate more strictly than otherwise provided for in economic zones. And in the case of cetaceans in particular, they shall work through the appropriate international organization for their conservation, management, and study. Exploitation is not mentioned in that article. So there is an obligation on the states for cetaceans to work through international organizations. Neither work through, nor is defined, nor are the international organizations concerned specified. But it must be obvious to states parties to the Whaling Convention that the Whaling Convention is the most appropriate organization for conservation of cetaceans in the future, and that progressively, by their practice, states can gradually add to the conservation of all cetaceans through that organization. But the article is not without some ambiguity. Now, in conclusion, I think we can say that the objects and purposes of the Convention can continue, that states can, in their practice through the Convention, take a liberal interpretation of the necessary words in the Convention: whaling, utilization, whaling industry, consumers of whale products, exploitation, and so on. But there is a problem in applying this only to non-consumptive uses. I think that the present amendment to the schedule, which kept open the possibility in 1990 of reviewing the situation, of not totally ruling out a resumption of exploitation, however repugnant it may be to some people here, is the most sort of practical political way in the short term of dealing with the situation. The only way of ensuring that states will continue to participate and will gradually adopt more liberal interpretations and begin to be prepared to regulate non-consumptive uses, or at least to make recommendations concerning them and begin to study them, is if they feel that their sovereign rights are safeguarded. I think a modest beginning needs to be made. I have included in the paper some examples of the kind of regulations that are now found by states that are primarily engaging in non-consumptive uses to be necessary to ensure that whales are either not destroyed by these uses at all, or are at least destroyed only in the most minimal way. The United States has got a great many regulations, interpretations, and guidelines now for whale watching. Whale watching has been taking place in Glacier Bay for humpbacks, for gray whales off California, and we all know that whale watching is taking place off Massachusetts, and we hope to take part in this on Friday. But this activity is not without some possible harassment of whales. So the United States, in its Marine Mammal Protection Act, in its Environmental Protection Act, and in various other acts, has developed criteria for defining the harassment of whales, laying down the distance in which you can approach, the engine noise, what is a disturbance of a whale, and so on. Australia provides a particularly good example of detailed regulations for public display to ensure that whales are not unduly harassed by this activity. Other states have adopted a more general approach, enacting a general framework legislation, and gradually, as practice and experience develops, filling in the details. These are things which you can consider in more detail as the week progresses and we look at the particular activities concerned. But to conclude, it's not going to be just enough to develop regulations for the Whaling Commission to enter an area in which it begins to study this changing situation and its future role. It will also perhaps need to develop the power to observe these activities. Most of these activities take place closer to the shore than was customary for whaling in the past, and are closer to national jurisdiction. So this raises problems as to whether states will accept some degree of international supervision, whether the Whaling Commission should just lay down guidelines and criteria, whether it should develop or continue the international observer scheme that it had before. It seems to me that in moving from an era of quota setting for whaling to an era of standard setting for whale watching and other non-consumptive uses, we must recall the comment that was made in a certain school report that I once saw, an unfortunate boy, which said that he set himself a low standard and failed to achieve it. And I think this is something that we have to watch in the future development of regulations and recommendations for non-consumptive uses.
introductory statement by Sidney Holt. The meeting is scheduled to begin at 7:30 without an end time, and we have scheduled it to tentatively end at 9. That is, if the discussion requires that we proceed for a few more minutes, we will agree, but we will tentatively schedule to end today's meeting at 9. It's a long day, and I'm sure all of you when it will be over. We'll then proceed with Sidney Holt's introductory statement.
Thank you, Francisco. The English newspapers have been filled for the last 2 weeks with daily reports about the progress of a wealthy Texan whose name I've forgotten, is trying to either buy Henderson Island or get it on an indefinite lease from the British government in order to live there and set his own kingdom up. He wants to do this apparently because he considers that Sigmund Freud, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and rock music have destroyed the United States. And he's quite serious about this, and the British Foreign Office is occupying itself with trying to make deals with him about this. He wants to live a good life there, and he's offered the Pitcairn Islanders, who are the actual metropolis next door, $1 million to shut up. And I'll get to the point in a minute, but a few crazies, one of them's here, Sir Peter Scott, had been saying that, look, there's a bird on Henderson Island, doesn't live anywhere else. Peter can fill in the details, I'm sure, but this is my version of it. And there are a couple of snails. And so our unnamed Texan is reported as having said, "Well, I love those snails. I'll love them to death." And the question is, are we loving the whales to death? Or are we likely to? I'm not here to take the limelight from the authors of the leading paper. I was asked simply by the steering committee to start off some kind of discussion when we decided that we should deal within the scope of the conference with moral questions, or at least with some of the moral questions that exercise us with respect to cetaceans. And I tried to pick out some of those that relate particularly to the specific subject of this conference, just to kind of give a matrix in which to have a fruitful discussion. We are all aware that there are values of cetaceans, and that some of these are realizable in economic terms. We took it for granted when we started planning the conference that people would want to realize those values, because the background to the conference really was the argument that started in the Bergen consultation in 1976 about whether or not it would be, for example, better business to charge people to look at grey whales than to take the sustainable yield from them. That is the crux of the argument that started in the IWC when you had a recovered whale population and you were facing a new management procedure which worked well when the whales were depleted but was not to the liking in its implications of the whale lovers when the whales had recovered again. And the tables were in danger of being turned by the whalers. But I think so many questions have been raised, not only by the Jameson and Regan paper, but I have in mind by Dr. Hilary's paper, and by a question that Roger Payne put to the preparatory committee as to the morality of realizing certain values, that it seemed to us we should try to have somewhere near the beginning of the meeting a discussion of them. Say, going into all this, I took the liberty of writing and circulating so that you had a chance, if you wanted to read it, a paper which is headed Wales and Non-Cetacean Resources. Now, the whole idea was that I was going to be a moderator who was not committed to a position on this. So that is not the title of my introduction. That is the title of the Jameson Regan paper, which was the heading of this meeting. I have a position, and I should make it clear, although I'm perhaps as confused as a lot of other people are in my mind about some of these issues. But basically, there seem to me three questions arising, which were among the whole gamut of moral questions, which relate particularly to this meeting. One of them was the morality of keeping cetaceans in captivity. We have a paper about that deals rather in some detail, takes a position on that point from Dr. Tillari, which is the subject of the later meeting. And then there is the question, the very specific question that Roger Payne raised in the Seychelles. We didn't actually put it to you as a draft recommendation because we weren't really coming easily to agreement as to how to do that. And maybe during this week some people will get clearer ideas, those who have strong feelings, about the form of any statement or position that might be taken. But it was, if I understood Roger's point to us in the preparatory meeting, it was that some research workers are devising benign research methods. And they're in fact been doing that in the face of a great deal of skepticism from many of the other scientists in more traditional approaches. And the people who are doing that work, on the whole, don't much like whaling for various reasons. They think it's an immoral activity. I've in fact tried to summarize some of the reasons that such people have come to that conclusion. But basically they were concerned about the misuse of methods that they were developing. The misuse for them, it would include the use for an immoral activity, and if whaling is an immoral activity at this point in time, as they say on this side of the Atlantic sometimes, then this is something that should worry them. This is a problem which is faced by scientists in many fields, in nuclear physics for a start, that kind of problem. And I think we should, it must be in the minds of many people, although it's not very clear what our reactions would appropriately be if we hold those views. Anyway, the third moral question had to do also with a benign, a non-consumptive activity, which is really not mentioned in the any of the contributed papers as far as I can see, and that is the use of cetaceans for military purposes, which has occupied the minds of men and concerned many people in the last few years. And there I think we have a rather special situation in which, in my notes I said the dolphins are the only wild vertebrates that are now being brought into use as military objects. Not quite true, I suppose. Some of the pinheads are as well, as far as I know. Of course, it's very difficult to find out what exactly is going on in this field. But it's certainly a moral issue which concerns very much those people who know about it. So anyway, here are three to give an idea of the kinds of specific issues lying behind the statement or the question, the rhetorical question, if you like, whales are not cetacean resources. Now, at the time that I wrote this note and accepted to introduce this topic, and perhaps it helped guide the discussion. I had seen the text of the Jameson Regan paper. In fact, that paper, now I have read it this morning, does take a pretty broad sweep across this whole subject. It doesn't touch some of the moral issues, I think, that are arising, but it covers a goodly part of the range. And so in some ways, my picking out my specifics was perhaps a little tangential to the discussion. I wasn't sure exactly what Jameson and Regan were going to take, but I did want to make sure that in having this special evening session, we were not only going to look at what they wrote, but we're going to perhaps have an opportunity to consider, if we wish, some of these other questions, such as the proposition that Roger Payne raised in Seychelles meeting. So with that, I suggest we ask our authors as they wish to introduce their poem. Thank you, sir. Sorry, I took the microphone. I'm used to that. The much awaited authors of this paper, Dale Jameson and Tom Regan. Dale is an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Colorado, Boulder, where he's an associate with the Center for the Study of Values and Social Policy. He's published on issues on ethics, aesthetics, and has done research on the concept of equality of life. And Tom Regan, even though I told him it didn't look like it, is a professor of philosophy and alumni distinguished professor at North Carolina State University in Raleigh. He is the author or editor of 8 books on moral philosophy, the latest of which, titled The Case for Animal Rights, which will be published in August this year by the University of California Press. The book is being nominated by the publisher for a Pulitzer Prize. Therefore, we look forward to the most stimulating contribution from each of them this evening.
I'm Tom Regan. I want to thank all of you for coming, and especially thank the organizers and sponsors of the conference for inviting the two of us here, and especially for Robert Barstow for his more than yeoman-like labors. We appreciate very much the opportunity to share our thoughts with knowledgeable people with goodwill. We had the good fortune, in fact, to attend the conference in Washington a few years back. At that time, Dale and I learned much, and we certainly expect to learn again much this time. This is the second collaboration on paper about animals between Dale and myself. The first one I read, and Dale facetiously, we divided the labor. Dale answered the questions. This time the roles are reversed, and Dale will read, and I promise to do as well as Dale did in answering the questions on the first occasion, which is to say that Dale and I will both answer the question. It is customary, I might add, for philosophers to think that we must read our papers because we exercise tremendous care over exactly how we put a point. So if in Dale's presentation he reads more than you're accustomed to in such a setting, I hope you understand that that's a professional malady and nothing meant to be condescending in the least. And besides, there have been some changes in the paper since we originally submitted it. Thank you.
Well, if I can generalize in the subtext that Tom was trying to communicate, is that if we're boring, it's because philosophers are boring, and nothing about us personally. I've been told to try to summarize the paper as briefly as possible in order to maximize discussion. I'll try not to lapse into any of the triple vices of incoherence, stumbling over the pages, or reading too fast. But unfortunately, I'm afraid that can't be entirely avoided. Well, I think that the paper this morning by Professor Burney did a very good job of summarizing the changes that have occurred in the IWC since 1946. These are really changes that have occurred in the world and in terms of attitudes toward whales, which have been reflected. Now, I think there are several reasons for these changes, of which I'll just mention two. The first is, of course, that research that has happened since 1946, which many of you have been very involved with and instrumental in, has shown that whales and other cetaceans have surprisingly rich and sophisticated mental and social lives. This has been very important, I think, in changing people's attitudes towards whales. But then secondly, whales have really become role models for many people. The apparent harmony in which whales live with their environment has suggested to many people who despair at the havoc that humans have brought that whales can be symbols of how intelligent beings can live joyful, peaceful lives in harmony with their environment. Now, whether we're willing to accept fully either of these lines of thought doesn't really matter. It is clear that we have all come a long way since 1946 in our attitudes towards whales. To some degree, this conference marks the progress we have made. Instead of talking about maximum sustainable yields, we are now talking about whales alive and the non-consumptive utilization of cetacean resources. In the light of the progress we have made, it would be nice to say that we have gone far enough, that we are on the verge of a new era in which we give whales their due. If this were the case, this conference would be the occasion for a double celebration, one for the whales and one for us for celebrating them. Unfortunately, we shall argue that although we have freed ourselves from the worst aspects of the anthropocentric ethic, which holds that everything on the planet only has value insofar as it has value to us, we have not yet fully grasped the implications of the alternative. Now, not everyone will be willing to accept what we say. Perhaps some of you will be able to convince us to modify or moderate our conclusions. But whatever beliefs we finally come to, it is important that we be willing from time to time to reconsider them and to honestly scrutinize the fundamental presuppositions and commitments on which they are based. And we hope that this paper will be a contribution to such a reconsideration. The first thing we shall argue is that what we know about whales is sufficient for ascribing to them the analogs of human rights, including a right to life, a right that is violated by those whaling practices that we are now beginning to put behind us. We shall argue further that this right is undergirded by a more fundamental right that whales share with humans, a right to be treated with respect. It is this right which would be violated by allowing, say, benign research on humans or recreational people watching. And it is this right that is violated when we treat whales as, quote, cetacean resources. Finally, we shall discuss some of the implications of our view for the concerns of this conference. To credit whales with a comparatively sophisticated mental life is hardly new. It is in the spirit of Darwin, who claimed repeatedly that consciousness forms a continuum. The mental life of the higher animals differs from our own only in degree and not in kind. Any rational ethic of how whales ought to be treated must take their mental sophistication into account. And it is this demonstrable failure to do this which exposes the grave inadequacy of the ethic that allows these animals to be viewed and treated as a resource for us, as if they were trees or mineral deposits. Just as Bonnie is not a resource for Clyde, nor Clyde for Bonnie, so whales are not a resource for us, though of course they can be, and almost always are treated as if this is their place in the scheme of things. That is, we are, so to speak, on all fours with whales on this morally crucial matter. In our case, we avoid this impoverished view of people as resources by postulating that we have a different kind of value. Sometimes this is said to be our worth or our dignity or our sanctity. Sometimes, as in Kant's writings, the root idea is expressed by saying that human beings exist as, quote, ends in themselves. Now, what that means is that people as individuals have their own projects and purposes that imbue their lives with meaning. As a member of the human community, I recognize that others have virtues and excellences which they strive to develop more fully. I may not share their conception of virtue and of the good, but I recognize that they, like me, have legitimate ends which they pursue, which are valuable to them, And so if I am to be moral, I must treat them as independent beings with their own excellences, as ends in themselves. Let's call the kind of independent non-resource value attributed to human beings inherent value. It is because we have such value that we must not be treated in ways that fail to show respect for us as individuals. And respect is not shown whenever we are treated in ways that assume that our value is reducible to how much we answer to or advance the interests of others, as if that is we exist as a resource for others. Acts and institutions that fail to treat us with appropriate respect, from a deceitful promise to slavery, are to be morally condemned. Were we to grant this much, how could we rationally avoid the same view about the value of whales, since they too seem to have their own virtues and excellences? Many possibilities come to mind. Whales lack immortal souls. Whales lack autonomy and reason. Whales lack the ability to enter into contracts. Whales lack the ability to choose between alternative life plans, and so on. Some of these claims are almost certainly false, but even if they are granted for argument's sake, they neither singly nor collectively provide a rationally satisfactory basis for affirming inherent value in our case, while denying it in the case of whales. For example, even if it is true that we do but whales do not have immortal souls, nothing whatever follows concerning the sort of value each of us has during our earthly or oceanly existence. Again, that whales lack the ability to recognize the inherent value of others, should this be true, is no better reason to deny that they have such value than it would be to say that a daffodil cannot be yellow because it lacks the ability to recognize that lemons are yellow too. And as for the other sorts of considerations mentioned, each conveniently overlooks the fact that many human beings whom we regard as having inherent value, young children, the senile, and the mentally enfeebled, for example, are similarly deficient. We do not, as we should not, treat these human beings as if they exist as a resource for those of us who, as luck has it, happen to possess the list of favored attributes under review. To persist in treating and viewing and treating whales, creatures who, it bears emphasizing, have a mental life of greater sophistication than many humans, as if they exist as a resource here for us, their value to be measured in terms of how much they answer to and advance human interests, while denying that the same is true in the case of these humans, to persist in doing this is neither rationally nor morally defensible. Rationally, we are inconsistent in judging relevantly similar cases in dissimilar ways. Morally, we are prejudiced because we draw moral boundaries on the basis of a biased consideration, namely species membership, a tragic moral failing in the case of our dealings with animals that is not unlike other failings, such as racism and sexism, in our dealings with one another. For just as the moral status and value of a human being does not turn on such biological considerations as race or sex, so the moral status and value of an individual, whether human or cetacean, does not turn on the different biological consideration of species membership. The inherent non-resource value of a human being is the linchpin of the idea that individual human beings have basic moral rights, including such rights as the right to life, liberty, privacy, and the pursuit of happiness. If Jack is to show respect for Jill's inherent value, he is obliged to respect her rights. He must not do anything to her that reduces her status in the world to that of a mere resource for others. Thus must he not kill her, for example, so that he or his children or the boat people from Vietnam can have more of what they want or need. Nor may he limit her freedom or invade her privacy, just because he or others stand to reap some benefits, whether the benefits be monetary, recreational, or scientific. To recognize the inherent value and basic moral rights of a human being is to accept the moral inviolability of the individual. Like no trespass signs, our basic rights mark off the boundaries of that moral space which as individuals we each occupy. These same signs come into view once we accept the inherent non-resource value of whales, and with this their basic rights. Not that they do or must have every right a human being has, the right to vote, for example, or the right to attend the church of their choice. The basic rights they do have are those they can have, and these include those mentioned earlier, rights to liberty, privacy, and to life, and to pursue their own well-being or happiness, all violated in a flash, one might say, when whales are killed for their meat or blubber. But are any of these rights violated when, as many aspire to, we view and treat whales as objects that satisfy and advance our scientific, recreational, or in either case, our economic interests? That is the central question that remains to be considered. So let us consider the recreational uses of whales first. One way that people use whales for recreational purposes is by observing them in their natural habitat. Each winter in California, for example, as you know, thousands of people view the gray whale migration. Whales and other cetaceans are also kept in captivity so that they can be used for recreational purposes. Aquatic parks like SeaWorld and Marineland train cetaceans to perform tricks for the pleasure of paying customers. Now, so far we've said that if whales have rights, then they must be treated with respect. Their value and dignity does not rest on their place in our plans, purposes, and projects. From this perspective, our exploitation of whales for recreational purposes is not morally acceptable. They are not nature's toys to be oohed and awed at by humans. They are not human artifacts made by us to fulfill our intentions. They are creatures of inherent value with lives of their own and the capacity to lead them in their own ways. To confine them in aquatic parks and to make them perform tricks that people find amusing is to try to remake them into our own creations. This attempt to appropriate such marvelous and magnificent creatures for such trivial purposes, denying them their liberty in the bargain, is morally to be condemned. The commercial whale watching industry, often viewed as the benign substitute for commercial whaling, is similarly unacceptable, though for a different reason. Whales do not exist as visual commodities in an aquatic free market, and the business of taking eager paying sightseers into their waters, though non-consumptive, is exploitative nonetheless. Morally analogous to making a business of conducting sightseeing tours of human beings who either cannot or do not give their consent to be exploited by other people in this way. Moreover, just as gray line tours of the black ghetto or the barrio or the gay community would tend to dehumanize and trivialize those whose very lives were being regarded as objects of curiosity and amusement, so it is also true in the case of whales. The non-consumptive use of whales for scientific purposes are extremely diverse. They include observing them in aerial surveys, recording their sounds, taking examples of tissues and fluids, and observing their behavior while held in captivity. Though non-consumptive, all too often whales are again directly treated as means to our ends. They are studied to satisfy our scientific purposes of population estimates, should not completely escape moral skepticism, if the object is to determine whether a given species is at risk of extinction. Such studies foster and are often in the service of a false understanding of whales. As if, for example, the death of a whale matters only when a species is endangered. As with humans, so also with whales. It is individuals and not species who have rights. We must take care not to accept that science which smothers the individual whale in numbers, graphs, charts, and so on. And we must also free ourselves from those enterprises that help perpetuate the general view that whales exist as one or another kind of resource, to be thought of in terms of herds or stocks. To the extent that population and migratory studies are cut from this cloth, to that extent and for that reason, they are wrong. Keeping whales in captivity, likewise, is not defensible, and when it is for military purposes, it is doubly to be condemned. Here it will be said that we overlook the many benefits, both real and potential, that have and will accrue for whales themselves as a result of our scientific understanding. We have learned something about the maladies of cetaceans in captivity, and as a result of this, we are now better able to both prevent and cure them in the case of those animals now in our care. Like all benefits, however, the morality of those in question depend on the means used to secure them. and no benefits are morally to be allowed if they are obtained at the price of violating individual rights. Because then keeping these animals in captivity violates their rights, the gains obtained for whales and other cetaceans are ill-gotten. To take the rights of an individual whale seriously is to believe that individual whales no more exist as a source of benefits for other whales than they do for us. Two kinds of responses might be given to our argument. First, it is often said by people who work with whales and dolphins that these animals enjoy their interactions with humans, even those in experimental settings. Just as people like observing whales, so whales enjoy observing people. If this is correct, then perhaps it can be said that in many cases the whales consent, in some sense, to be the objects of benign research and to be entertainers in aquatic parks. If this is true, then such non-consumptive uses do not harm them, or if they do harm them, they do not violate their rights. It is difficult to know what to make of this claim. We should remember, however, that similar claims have often been made about oppressed humans, as well as about other animals. It was said in defense of slavery that blacks enjoy picking cotton and being taken care of by the master. It was said in defense of sexism that women preferred to stay home and do housework and not compete in the cutthroat male world. Frequently today we see television commercials depicting happy cows and chickens, more than eager to lay down their lives for the sake of our palates. Perhaps these claims about the voluntary cooperation of cetaceans are true, but in the light of this history, we should be skeptical. It is extremely doubtful that we add anything to the quality of cetacean life by our presence, more than doubtful that our presence would be missed by them. The second response is more interesting. The non-consumptive use of whales is important, it is said, because the whales themselves are the main beneficiaries of increases in our knowledge. This argument takes two forms. The first claims that as a matter of realpolitik, whales will be killed as long as it is economically profitable to do so. If it can be shown that non-consumptive uses of whales are economically preferable, then whaling will cease. There are a number of problems with this argument. First, it presupposes that consumptive and non-consumptive uses of whales are mutually exclusive. Scarf, for example, has argued that this is not the case. He cites as an example the fact that the Russians kill various numbers of gray whales every year in the Arctic Ocean without any apparent effect on the California whale watching industry, even though both industries exploit the same whales. This suggests that non-consumptive uses could simply add to, rather than subtract from, the human repertoire of cetacean exploitation. But second, realpolitik is, so to speak, a double-edged sword. Even if it can be shown that whaling is an economically inferior use of whales relative to non-consumptive uses, that still would not put the anti-whaling position on a firm foundation, since to accept the argument in this form suggests that whaling should continue if it can be shown to be the economically optimal use of whales. And while whaling may not be economically optimal now that whale populations are so low, there is no guarantee that the economic equation won't change in the future. The basic problem with this argument is that it is analogous to saying that the reason we ought not to kill derelicts is because it is not economically efficient to do so. One would have thought the reason against this has nothing whatever to do with dollars and cents. And this is what we have argued is true of whales as well. The second form of this argument suggests that the more we learn about whales, the better able we will be to protect them. This argument undoubtedly has some merit. We would not be in a position today to argue for the rights of whales were it not for the scientific research that has been done. And if we could be certain that additional benign research would redound to the benefit of the whales, who could oppose it? But again, history provides reason for skepticism. Even though it is sad to say, science has been more often used against animals than for them. In the past, we have mainly studied animals in order to make them better resources, rather than to ensure that they have better lives. By its very nature, scientific knowledge is public information, and scientists are not in a position to control its uses. Sidney Holt, in the paper he prepared for this conference, has given one such example in the case of wolves, in which the results of benign research is now being used against them. Who can have confidence that this will not be the case with the whales as well? Even if we are motivated to do benign research on whales by the desire to improve their lot, we should be skeptical of our ability to do that. We have learned over and over again that human intervention in complicated natural systems often only makes things worse. Trying to be friends of the whales may only be another way of making us their enemies. What we owe the whales is the recognition that they too are the bearers of moral rights, worthy of our respect. Once we are willing to accept, as we should, the idea that whales have the right not to be killed or needlessly harmed, consistency demands that we then acknowledge that they also have the right not to be exploited for the promotion of our ends, however benign they might appear, whether such exploitation is consumptive or non-consumptive. Having come as far as we have in understanding the moral ties that bind humans and whales, we must now go further in our deeds. Just as whales are not here for us to kill for our purposes, so they are not here for us to study or to watch or to play with. The moral task before us is the most difficult because the most hidden and possibly the most self-sacrificial. It is to let whales alone, satisfied with the mere knowledge that these other nations continue to roam the vast reaches of the oceans, in no small measure because of our principal efforts to save and preserve them. Now, what we have said this evening will strike many of you as idealistic or even utopian. Others will think it's simply arrogant. Our intention, however, is not to sit in judgment on the details of research protocols or to tell working scientists how to do their business. Rather, our intention has been to scrutinize and to criticize some of the fundamental presuppositions which lie behind treating cetaceans as resources, whether resources to be consumed or resources to be exploited in a non-consumptive way. And we are grateful to the organizers of this conference for having given us the opportunity to do so. At the same time, we cannot deny entirely that what we have said is, to some degree, visionary, that being a nicer word than utopian or idealistic. Perhaps if we begin to distance ourselves from the anthropocentric, let's see what's in it for us ethic, which has given us so many evils, we will be able to move towards a world in which all creatures, both great and small, are able to develop their own virtues and capacities to the fullest extent possible. Perhaps the first step on this journey is the recognition that cetaceans are no more resources for us than we are for them. Both they and we are marvelous and wonderful creatures with independent lives that must be cherished and preserved. Thank you.
On a superhuman basis, maybe. I don't know. But there is hope that this can take place. And the whole moral structure, the legal structure, the rights of cetaceans in human laws, and the rights of humans under cetacean laws will suddenly become a new panorama, a new domain for us to exert our best efforts. Polari is giving a paper on Thursday, which I've read, in which he castigates me through Heidegger and Sebeok for my point of view. And he misappropriates various gossipy kinds of accounts of what I've done. He has not read my papers, apparently, and if he has, he hasn't absorbed them. And we've exerted at least 25 years of effort to convincing our own species that here is a problem worthwhile solving on a moral, a religious, and a scientific basis. Thank you.
In this opportunity, physicians hold the position. Would you tell us your name? Yes, I'm Ricardo Bandojana. I'm a dermatologist, following a neurologist from Dr. Lilly. I come from Washington, D.C. I just have a comment about my impact on the present lecture. I consider myself just an amateur, perhaps whale watcher or underwater whale watcher. And perhaps in that aspect, I have a more cosmopolitan view of the interrelations between animals and humans. And I think I think in general the talk was in a way pessimistic. And if we're going to follow those lines, then we wouldn't have any zoos, we wouldn't have any form of research at all. Not even human research, and probably medicine will not exist. I mean, my profession will not exist. I think firmly that whales and other animals are in the world for man to enjoy. I don't see any trouble to interact with them. I don't feel that interacting with any animal is a consumptive way of acting with the animal. If you look at a rose, you're not doing any consumptive use of a rose. If you're swimming with a whale or watching a whale, you're not doing any really consumptive use of a whale. Perhaps there may be an industry around it, like whale watching industries of thought. But I don't think that the lecturer that described it, people are eager to go whale watching and paying lots of money to whale watch. I think the whales are in the world for us to enjoy, and we're doing very well to protect them. But I think research should go on, and it's fundamental, I think, in all orders, not only with whales but with pandas. If this was a group of pandas alive, maybe we will be concerned about the pandas. So I think that whatever applies to the whales applies to even the world. So I really have to say that I don't share many of the views of the lecturers. Thank you.
I want to say that, first of all, I totally concur with your viewpoint that whales are not resources, but are individuals to be considered as such. And secondly, I want to say that I totally disagree with your conclusion that they should be left alone. The reason I disagree, a reason which I do present in one of the supplementary papers lying on the table up there, is that it is a reason which is involved with our growing number of interpersonal contacts with whales and dolphins. I'm specifically not talking about those situations in which we simply stare at cetaceans from a distance or examine them at a distance scientifically or any of those things where we do not expect interaction. I am talking about those circumstances under which we meet whales and dolphins on a one-to-one individual basis in their habitat. Specifically, I'm talking about the kinds of meetings that we could expect to have with beings of other cultures. And in this case, I think we should consider the whales and the dolphins simply to be a very alien culture. Just as we have within our own species found that communication is quite important in order to get along and to solve the day-to-day problems that we face as a species, I think also ultimately we will find it quite beneficial to communicate in whatever ways turn out to be possible with cetaceans. And as Dr. Lilly has pointed out, the brain size is there. Those of us who have investigated whales and dolphins on an interpersonal basis have intuitive feelings that all of the potential is there for various forms of full communication. And I think that rather than turning our backs on these beings and leaving them alone, because that is the best way to respect their rights, that we should instead approach them with respect and the same emotional status as we use to approach other human beings, which hopefully is one of respecting their rights and their dignity and being sensitive to their feelings at the moment about meeting us. This becomes very important when you're in the water and you're thinking about meeting a whale or a dolphin. There are very subtle signals that you can get from a whale or dolphin that indicate whether or not you should be going towards them, away from them, or just staying there. And for those of you who have been in that kind of a situation, you know what I'm talking about. For those of you who haven't, it's probably very hard to imagine. And I will just say again, I think that we should go forward with meetings on an interpersonal basis with cetaceans and respect them as individuals rather than turning on our backs on them. Thank you.
Well, I want to say first of all, I'm always thankful that somebody agrees with at least part of what we're arguing. And I just want to say two things. I mean, one is again, as we said in the paper, we don't mean to be be sitting in judgment about what people do in the research or what's possible. But I do think there are some things that ought to be kept in mind. I mean, one is the analogy that's used is that the encounters with the whales are like our encounters with other cultures. That really is an analogy that I would want to use too, and I think from the point of view of people who are from Western societies, looking at what our, namely Western encounters have been like with other cultures, that at least provides some reason for skepticism. Now, by that I don't mean that it always has to be a disaster or anything like that, but I think that one of the things that perhaps we might have learned in the history of the last 200 or 300 years is that at least some other cultures which we've impacted on would have been better off had we left them alone. The second point that I want to make is that there's also a kind of slippery slope that's at work here. I mean, it may well be true that for individual people, you yourself, perhaps many of the people in this room, it is possible to have this sensitivity with cetaceans and to perhaps enter into these relationships in which there is a kind of consent that you can perhaps correctly sense from the whale or from the dolphin. But there's a real question as to how far that generalizes. I mean, what we're really talking about here are really social practices, cultural institutions, and things of this sort. I mean, perhaps when there's 5 very sensitive, knowledgeable people that are doing this sort of thing, 10, perhaps 100. But what happens when this sort of activity begins to become as large scale and to take the form of many of our other social practices? I think we have to also think about the long-term implications.
It is, again, I think the idea that our acts are not acts in isolation, but acts that have rippling effects. And even if it were true, as indeed it might well be, that in given cases there can be respectful encounters, to the extent that that becomes an institution or social practice of encountering whales, it's not clear that respectful can be retained. And better then, it seems to us, to nip the thing in the bud.
I would just like to add perhaps a bit to what Dr. Lilly and Jim Hudnall have already well said. In the area of choice, I think that's a very important criterion, and I certainly do not go out and see whales and dolphins as resources, so I agree with you in that respect. I think you get into a bit of a problem if we say that because there may be a bad effect, if many people do it, then we should not do it. But what my experience in spending 5 years with a school of completely free spotted dolphins in the Bahamas has been, is that they have not subtly chosen to be with us. And I will give you several examples to show you the lack of subtlety which dolphins can show in expressing their interest in you. We go out to an area which is 40 miles from land. It's identified as an area of several square miles, and dolphins don't live in a house or at a given point. When we arrive at that point, we find a school of 30 to 40 spotted dolphins barreling across the water to be with us. And when we get in the water, they seem delighted that we're there, delighted to the point that they have approached us last summer to where we could touch them. They seem to welcome that. I think that's rather an obvious expression of their desire to be around us. I do see that if we brought out tens of thousands of those people, that might be a problem. But I see too that a lot of the whale watching, in fact most of the whale watching that I have seen, has been conducted by people who are keenly aware of keeping the choice of the whale in mind. That is, they go to an area, they see a blow, they move towards it. If the whale leaves, they don't pursue. I don't guarantee that all people have done this, but that is the practice certainly that we followed when I was involved in that, and what I observe in most of those who do carry that out. So I think that even on a fairly large scale, that choice can still be given to the whales. In fact, the law of our country mandates that that choice be given. You are not allowed under the MMPA to pursue a whale. One just anecdotal bit of information, which I think shows the potential for human and dolphin interaction. There is the sport or the athletic experience of swimming in the sea with dolphins, which is a marvelous and awesome experience. But there is, I have had the experience of seeing a spark of understanding take place in a dolphin when that dolphin accurately saw that I had understood something about it. Specifically what happened was I'd been swimming with these spotted dolphins for some years and observing that as they would approach, each of them put a stream of bubbles out from its blowhole and gave a particular whistle. It is, I think, called a signature whistle. Each of these dolphins seemed to have a different one, and they kept coming in and going right over our shoulders and giving these whistles. We felt for a long time very frustrated that we couldn't whistle back or do something to just say hello back. So last summer I decided, well, in a very crude way, I'd try to do that. So I put a dog whistle inside of a snorkel and swam underwater about 15 feet, rolled over on my back, and blew the whistle through the snorkel with some bubbles coming out of it. And at that point, 5 dolphins converged on me, whistling wildly. The whole sea was filled with these whistles. The dolphins started swimming around me with such a force that my arms and legs were moved like this. Then one of the male dolphins, which up until then had been very reluctant to be in any kind of interlock with us, the male dolphin shot in front of my face 3 times, from this side, then from this side, in a leap, which I interpreted as one of, aha, he's got it. And at this point, being a filmmaker, I didn't have a camera. I said, I cannot endure not trying to film something like this. I started to swim back towards the boat. And as I did, I am told, because my face was in the water, I am told that the dolphin spy hopped up out of the water, as you saw in the show this afternoon. They in the wild will come up on their tails like that, and did that several times as I went back towards the boat. I think that to say that that wasn't an exclamation or a recognition on their part is bending far too far in the direction of non-anthropomorphization. So I think that choice is critical, and I think that in the cases where the dolphins and the whales are given choice and where they haven't been harmed, they will choose to be around us. And benefit by it, as we will.
Your comment going to be on the same subject? No. Okay. I was going to change the subject anyway. Carry on. Okay. Well, I've always found the papers presented by these two provocative. I think it's interesting that this paper has stimulated the most discussion so far. It's a real credit to conveners to include this kind of interdisciplinary mix. It's kind of a little frustrating as a biologist, though, in trying to cope with a moral and ethical issue like this. I've always maintained that there are sort of 2 camps that are concerned about whales, those who are concerned they're going to be overexploited, and those who are morally and ethically opposed. And that's not to say that the scientists involved don't have strong moral and ethical feelings in one direction or another. Although they are oftentimes stifled to relate such things because they oftentimes change their credibility stance from a professional perspective. In any case, I find a number of problems with your presentation, and I'm compelled to say that some of your analysis seems shallow to me. When you consider that both the consumptive and non-consumptive industries exploit the same whales, and are then the non-consumptives are only an additive effect, you grossly minimize the effects of consumptive industries. Obviously, a non-consumptive impact gives the opportunity for a subsequent impact of that animal. And these are not small gradations, these are major differences. You really make light of the gains, as you say, that even ill-gotten don't seem to be worthwhile.
imply that research is morally unjustified, actually. Things like aerial surveys and other benign methods. A number of the people in this room explore those kinds of methods, of course, in the pursuit of what they hope is good conservation and management practices of whales. And to let whales alone by these people, I think, would be almost an irresponsible act. In fact, we can't leave whales alone. We impact them every day through pollution, noise effects, chemicals, all kinds of impacts on the food chain and environment. And to ignore that would be impossible. And so what are we left with? To be moral and ignore these plights, perhaps to be amoral by not caring at all, or to be immoral and to know these things and not be willing to try and do something about it. So to the extent that we make impacts and we feel compelled, morally and ethically, to pursue research which would provide for a more morally and ethically satisfying mitigation, and I realize that's not a proper use of the term, you can't mitigate moral and ethical values, but some means to come to some compensation, in effect. Consider offshore oil and gas drilling, if you will. To not know where these impacts might fall, we feel compelled, I think, as moral individuals to treat those subjects. Lastly, in your comments, you said we don't mean to sit in judgment of the research. Well, I suggest you have taken a very strong stand, and you have to take responsibility for that. And people in this room are pursuing research because they are willing to assume responsibility on behalf of our species, if you will, and albeit that this research may be misapplied at some future time, I don't see it justified unless sitting around and doing nothing.
Still a lot of people want to speak, and at some point I want to try also to have some discussion about the issue raised by Roger. The last speaker touched on this. We want to try to limit their contributions now to a minute or two, so that we can still hear the many people who want to speak. The contributions have been getting longer and longer. Very interesting, but nevertheless that's excluding some other views. Later on, yes, but I don't want this to turn into a dialogue between here and there. I think I want this to be a discussion among the people. Peter.
I have two very major problems with your presentation. One is in regards to whale watching and defense of whale watching, which I'll mention. The second one is related to communications research, which we'll touch on some previous speakers for just a moment. You obviously, to me, haven't been keeping up to date with what's been evolving or happening in the whale watching business in the last few years. If you take some of the best guides in the world, for instance, Ron Storrow-Patterson or Scott Krause, in my judgment, and see how these people operate at sea. These people are trying to contact the animals, communicate with the animals, with a group of people in a boat. And it turns out that the animals are trying to, in many cases, come halfway to the people. And the experience of being on the water in a boat now with a competent guide is no longer one of exploiting the animals and trying to chase after them, harass them, and take photographs. It's one of having a communication experience where you stop the boat and know ways that whales will come to you, and these animals, unlike other animals, tend to come to human beings, meet us halfway, and you haven't addressed that problem at all in your analogy with other animals. If you want to study ants, you go into an ant colony and you have to investigate what's going on in that ant colony. But if you want to study whales, you don't do that. You go onto the sea surface, and yet the whales seem to want to come halfway to us. It's not the same as other animals at all. And this leads me to the second point that you've misled, certainly, and that is the evolution of the whole aspect of communications research that Hardy has mentioned, and which John Lilly is involved in. And in communications research, you've said such mundane things as the mental life of animals is different only in degrees and not in kind. And people aren't finding that out about whales. Whales don't think like human beings do. They don't have this ability to project ahead and plan and worry about the stock market next year and the year after. They think in the now. They're working in the present problems, absorbing information now, solving complicated problems now, and we have to change our thinking on the water to think like whales in order to communicate with them like that. And we also have to change our whole sensory modality using acoustics instead of so much vision all the time. And when you do that, you get into a different mind and to a different animal than talking to another human being. And finally, in terms of you saying that we should analogize this to watching a bunch of mentally retarded people in a hospital, that's not like what it is at all. It's like a young child who's been unconscious for a day or two, and he opens his eyes and there's a single man with a big smile on his face, dressed up as Santa Claus, and he's trying to bring a little bit of joy to this child who's sick in a hospital. This is human beings trying to reach out and communicate with another species. And I don't see that as part of your philosophy at all, but I see it as a world movement, and I see it as a world research movement in some of the experiences that people in this room have had with whales, and that are very special to those people, and will last them a lifetime, and will steer others to try and strive for these experiences on the water. Thank you.
Stephanie, then Phoebe, then Roger.
I'm concerned about some logical inconsistencies in this work. A lot of emotional responses, but our authors are concerned with anthropocentric viewpoints, assuming that human beings are at the center of our understanding of an ecological world. I would submit that the concept of having rights is an anthropocentric concept, that animals do not define their world in terms of rights, but that itself belies an anthropocentric point of view. And a good example of that is one of the author's examples, the right not to be killed. That's an ecological impossibility. Ecosystems depend on killing and being eaten. If all animals had the right to not be killed, we would be stopped dead in the motion and dynamics of ecological systems. A second bias that I would suggest has been promulgated here. We've mentioned chauvinism, sexism, and speciesism. I would suggest another one to this, individualism. We're presuming that all animals, and certainly cetaceans, perceive themselves as individuals. Any animals that function in schools or flocks as social groups may have a different concept that they're functioning on entirely, where the individual is of different scale of importance to the group. We see this in the way oceanic dolphins respond to schools, in the way seabird and shorebird flocks of animals respond, and the way insect societies respond. I think it's a presumption to assume that the individual is possibly always the most important scale of organization within that species. And third bias, I think, may be coming through as culturalism, presuming that the Western society understanding of cetaceans is the only one or the most advanced one. And I would suggest that there have been other cultures, Native American cultures, Eastern cultures, that rate their levels of respect for animals, plants, rocks, whatever, in different ways than we do. And that we should be careful of all these isms, as well as the ones already mentioned.
Same problem with what I consider to be the cultural bias of the list of rights that are given in the paper. It seemed to me to derive very strongly from a particular culture. I'm not at all sure that most people in the world would know what on earth you were talking about when you talked about a right to privacy, for a start. Phoebe?
This is very brief. I have a very curious unease with something that you suggest that feels very odd to me. It's as if you are saying that humans don't belong in the natural world, which is a world of dolphins and ants and other things. If we are to absent ourselves, if we are to leave the whales alone, then where shall we go? I mean, isn't that adding more to a very artificial wall between us and them? If you're not saying that we should not, as human beings, pursue our passion.
Roger, did you want to change the subject? No, not necessarily. If you were going to, I'd give our authors a chance to briefly respond to one or two of the comments that have been made. Were you going to go on to the issue you raised in Seychelles, or to comment on this general? Well, come to the microphone.
I wanted to, first of all, thank you for your thoughts. I think they're very interesting. I don't think it is necessary that when one discovers what the moral life, the morally correct life is, that it is necessarily true that that life is even livable or possible. But I think it's interesting to be brave and to face what may be some very unpleasant conclusions for people like myself who study whales, for example, in your moral arguments. However, I do have a couple of problems. We put up as human beings with a great deal of what you seem to find morally unacceptable, such as studying people for observing them, studying them. We have studies of our own, which we give a great deal of our time in school to, such as history, sociology, anthropology. We use these studies and pursue them as hard as we possibly can to understand our own species, yet we don't find this amoral, as far as I know. Perhaps it is in this construct. But I think also, how would you deal with the following situation? Eddie Adams, a remarkable photographer, went in Vietnam on a boat and discovered the boat people in that situation. And with, I am sure, the most intrusive kind of behavior, he managed to photograph it, and thus put the plight of these people before the world, which was the start of their salvation, or whatever salvation they can claim. And it seems to me that that same process, which we applaud, and for which he was one of the things he received a Pulitzer Prize, is a process which is happening when people are attempting to help whales, and carries with it, I would think, the same sort of morality. I'll leave the last comments that I have, which returning to the question of the Seychelles, for later.
I'd like an opportunity to comment on the point. I don't mean an exhaustive answer.
Well, it's an exhaustive agenda, I must say, but let me try to reply to a few of them, if I may, and then Dale can take up the slack. But I don't think Phoebe said something that if we're to leave the whales alone, that we must absence ourselves from the world. I don't think that that's an implication of the view that were proposed, as I tried to indicate earlier. This again goes back to the first question about line drawing and that kind of thing. I think that what we are trying to argue is that if we do think about our ethic, that is, if we understand our ethic to be based on the rights of the individual, then we should be, by the force of argument, willing to see where it goes, where that thinking goes. And I don't think that it goes to the idea that each and everything in the world has the same right that we do, as I've tried to explain before. So I don't think we must absence ourselves from the world. Secondly, as to the idea that there are biases at work, individualism, or let's say culturalism, anthropocentrism, I think those are difficult points to reply to. And in a few words, because they're very deep theoretical questions about the foundations of ethics themselves, that is, whether it is possible to have a non-anthropocentric or a non-cultural ethic, a culturally neutral ethic. I'm not sure whether it is possible to do that. I don't know the answer to that, any more than I know whether it's possible to have a culturally neutral science. Because again, many of the same things were said about ethics apply equally well to the scientific understanding of the world from culture to culture, time to time. I would think that, if I might say so, that because of the relativity in the scientific understanding of the world over time between cultures, that you would for the moment think that therefore present science is bunk. I think you would think we would make progress. Well, similarly, I think that it is quite possible that given the relativity of moral understanding throughout the world and throughout time, there may yet be one that is more reasonable than others. Now, to the extent that that more reasonable one would happen to be one that's based on the individual rather than the group, to that extent, what we're saying is in keeping, I think, with the truth. But whether we are on the side of the truth in this particular difficult issue, I obviously can't defend in a few brief words.
Yeah, I found what's been said extremely interesting, and I can't even begin to answer the other things that Tom didn't address. But first of all, I want to pick up on something that Roger Payne said. What would our sort of view apply, what would its implications be for human studies? I think that is, in fact, quite illuminating. We should note some differences between the way that social sciences and history proceed from the way that biology proceeds. First of all, people are in a position to clearly give their consent, to clearly give informed consent. Now, that's an issue that I talked about a little in my, I guess at the 1980 IWC meeting, and that's an issue that we've become increasingly sensitive to in the case of experimentation on humans. In the case of other kinds of research that we do with humans, history, demographic research, and so on and so forth, that research is not generally in the service of worrying about whether humans are an endangered species or not. Now remember, our criticisms of much, quote, benign research was that often it is in the service of a view which treats as the fundamental question whether whales as species are going to continue or whether they're going to be made extinct or not. If, in fact, studies in the social sciences and history were primarily in the service of a view which thought that getting rid of 1 person or 100 person or people or 1 million people depended on how many of them were left, then at least I, for one, would have some moral qualms about that kind of research on human beings. And that, after all, returns us to the main point of the paper, which is that, as we tried to say, we've come a long way since 1946. Probably most people in this room, many people in the world, no longer think that it's ethically acceptable to kill whales. Nevertheless, we still continue to use the language of resources. We still continue to speak, and we would never speak of people as resources that can be used recreationally or benignly in the same way. Now, many people in this room are passionately, and I think well-intentionedly interested in communicating with dolphins and whales, and people say that there are great benefits to be reaped. But the interesting thing is that the benefits to be reaped, again, seem to be mainly human benefits. I mean, I still really haven't heard what it is exactly that whales and dolphins can expect to gain from communicating with us. Now, so then I just want to summarize then by saying that the proper note that we want to strike here is really just one of skepticism, right? I mean, that what we're really doing is we're asking you to re-examine why we are doing what we're doing. I mean, to put it in one form or another, why is it that we want to communicate with the whales and the dolphins? Is it because we are now respecting them as individuals with their own dignity and rights, or is it because there is still something that we want from them, that they are still in some way being used as a means to the fulfilling of our fantasies about some version of what life ought to be like on this planet? And perhaps isn't it at least worth considering as a possibility that what real respect consists in is not exploiting them in any way whatsoever, whether consumptively or non-consumptively?
Thank you. At this stage, we have announced that we would tentatively end the meeting at 9, since there is a substantial point to be discussed to the extent of call it the meeting to the 9:30.
I wonder if it would be a good time to turn to some of the specifics now and go back to Roger to tell us, to say really what you said in the Seychelles.
Let me just, I can't resist, sorry, but I can't. Just one comment on the last thing that Dale said. It seems to me, if in fact one of the indications that we are improving our civilization, the example that we are becoming better people, is that we are getting interested in making associations with whales for our interest in knowing them, because we are intrigued with them as individuals, it might also be that an example of their advance in civilization would be an equal interest in knowing us. And the question, I mean, maybe whales would love to get to know us. Maybe they're just fascinated to know what these things that drive around over the ocean really are, and they might enjoy that. But let me get to the question I asked in the Seychelles, which is, years ago I said, sort of jauntily, that if I ever developed or found a way of attracting whales, I would never publish on it. Well, quite by accident, two people who've been working with me in recent years now have discovered ways of attracting humpback whales with sounds and also right whales. And this same sort of attraction mechanism is probably possible in other species as well. Which means that, and the approaches taken in all of these cases were studying the songs of these whales with a desire to know what on earth their extraordinary sounds meant, and and to know that with respect, to know what sort of feelings whales perhaps might have about their world. And I find the concept of somebody from the whaling industry using an ability to attract whales, playing their sounds, which he learned from somebody who found his activities abhorrent. I find that whole problem so great that it's, without being dramatic about it, it's almost enough to drive me out of science. I mean, I would share the feelings of somebody who had his discoveries used to ionize people in Hiroshima. And I feel that this sort of utilization also by the Navy, using other animals to fight wars that people get themselves into, is abhorrent to me. And I think there should be some way that a scientist could protect himself. If a scientist spends his life trying to make his discoveries known to the world at large, there should be some way he could protect himself from having those discoveries used in ways that would destroy the very basis on which he made them, or the very basis for which he made them to begin with. Now I realize that there is not such there's no practical way of doing that, but there seems to me there's between a completely hopeless, impractical political solution and just doing nothing about it at all except pushing out into the world of mankind discoveries which can be totally misused. There should be some kind of stance, some sort of posture, something that we could do or say that would in some way protect us from having what we believe in used for this kind of purpose.
I found myself very sympathetic indeed to Roger's comment, and in fact it was interesting to come back from the Seychelles, and the first paper to find when I got back home was the piece about the wolves and the tracking systems, which was very, very much to the point. The difficulty is to see what to do about this. Now, your comment does rest on an assumption or a conclusion that you have reached that that whaling is essentially an immoral activity, I think, and although you didn't express it that way. Because if you hadn't reached that conclusion, you could well say, well, there's no reason why we shouldn't be as efficient as we can be, as long as we submit to the appropriate regulations, which will, as it were, nullify that increase in efficiency and prevent it being used for further over-exploitation. So I think your position does rest on that conclusion, and it seemed to me that this is something that could well stand some further examination. The first thing that struck me is that we, although philosophers, I think, try to argue, as it were, an absolute logic on moral issues of this kind, that scientists tend to think of things in terms of social trends and the emergence of consensus, and think of it more as in terms of process than of logic. And it does seem to me that there are several indications that in fact there is a real changing consensus in the world as to the morality of whaling. I feel sensitive about that. I know I've changed myself. I've watched other people change, and I've noticed in the attitude of those who support or conduct whaling. They are on the defensive, and I don't think it is just because they're under social pressure. I think it is because many people who are defending whaling are realizing that they're on some pretty weak grounds morally. And at least one of my reasons for having come to this conclusion, I think, is the conviction now that as an activity, and I'm not talking about the morals of the individuals, as an activity, it has revealed many, let's say, antisocial characteristics. The whaling industry increasingly in the world, in my view, I'm really prepared to stick my neck out on this now, acts immorally. It acts like a mafia. It bribes. It hides what it's doing. And there have been quite a number of scientists who have also been implicated with this. For example, there were scientists who knew all about what the Sierra was doing, but they hid behind a scientific facade and didn't tell the world what they knew. So there are some scientists caught up in it as well. But basically, those engaged in the industry have, I believe, behaved collectively in an increasingly immoral way in the recent years, finding themselves on the defensive and also not even publicly daring to stand and say what we're doing we think is right. And I've tried to give the example of the humane killing issue, where you now don't find anyone saying, really defending that in the old-fashioned way, saying, well, I'd like to be better, but it's a bit difficult. Try next year. There's a change, and the consensus that is emerging is also affecting those who are engaged in that activity. I've said more than I meant to say, and I really was trying to go from your position to a recognition that it rests on an assumption and a conclusion, and then to see if there are any, if people have any suggestions as to what practically can be done about this. You wanted that. One might have a moratorium on benign research. Would anyone like a moratorium on benign research? Has anyone offered you a job from the whaling industry to use your skills or those of your colleagues to increase their efficiency? I mean, once you've shown you can be really useful, they'll come and try and buy you, that's for sure. Perhaps that's what we should wait for, and then we can withhold our skills and so on. But now, I'm sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. John.
One rather dramatic example of all this was in 1954, I devised a method of putting brain electrodes into monkeys, dolphins, and humans, which was an undetectable method. And you would not know that somebody's behavior, motivation, and thinking had been modified by the use of these very powerful methods and the positive and negative reinforcing systems within the brain. While I was doing this, I was at the National Institute of Mental Health, and I was asked to brief the covert intelligence services of the United States, and I agreed to do this on one condition, that the fact that I was doing it and what I was saying and what I was asked about it was not to be hidden, not to be covert. They finally agreed to do this. We then subsequently got all of the people who are using brain electrodes in humans together with those who are using them in animals and published a book on the subject called Brain Stimulation, published in about 1957. I finished my work with the dolphins and showed various things about use of brain electrodes with them. And gradually, because of the publicity, because of the publication of all of the details, the technical details and the results, the National Institutes of Health forbade anybody to use brain electrodes on anybody, and it became really a national issue, and we finally almost reduced it to zero. The way frontal lobotomy was reduced to zero by the necessary publicity that came out of that. So I suggest that if you have methods of attracting whales, that you publicize it so that anybody else will know when somebody is using that method. And as soon as they do know that, then the moral suasion of the consensus reality can be brought to bear.
Any other observations on this problem?
I'm going to have to disagree with Dr. Lilly on the question of the misapplication I'm sorry, Nick, to the microphone. Yeah. I have to disagree with Dr. Lilly on the question of the publication of all research findings. One is not happy about this. But the fact of the matter is that drugs are widely available, and although science knows the properties of most of these drugs and what they can do, there are many criminal people who create havoc in the lives of other people, who exploit what these drugs do, and other people who are susceptible to them. And I would suggest that since non-IWC or illicit whaling we know has been carried on for quite a few years by quite a few people, this type of person, without making any judgments on them, if they know that there is a market for the product that they can kill, they will do it. And I would submit that it is extremely difficult to find these people, and for this reason it would be imprudent. It would be rather like putting into the hands of someone who lacks the maturity to use a firearm, giving them this weapon when they're not mature enough to use it, and therefore will misuse it. And for this reason I hesitate very strongly to accept Dr. Lilly's suggestion. Thank you.
Jim, while you're coming to the microphone, I'd like to say that a very specific issue of this came up when Hal Whitehead discovered that they could find sperm whales from their by listening with directional equipment long before they surfaced and before they could be seen. And he was asking, I don't know if anyone here has had a chance to discuss this with him, whether or not they should publicize this, because in his view this could greatly enhance the efficiency of sperm whaling. My reaction to that was that I think that it's very likely that the whaling industry had found this out anyway long before he had. That our whole history of trying to look and take account of changes of efficiency has been that never once has anyone from the industry or even scientists connected with the industry voluntarily revealed factors of change in efficiency, because they know what that does in assessments. They have always emerged when we have found these out, but they have never volunteered them. And I think that this is a factor which we had never taken into account in our sperm whale assessments. We hadn't found it out, and no one in the industry was going to tell us. But I don't think that we're always discovering things like this before the industry knows them. Yeah.
Just briefly, I wanted to say that I wanted to respond to your question, would we be willing to accept a moratorium on benign research? And I just wanted to point out some problems that we have associated with benign research in an area in the United States which is subject to fairly stringent regulations concerning the harassment of whales. We have in Hawaii developed a situation where benign research is judged by some who are in the lay community to be harassment of the whales, and because it is being done under permit, it continues to be done. Nevertheless, this doesn't assuage the feelings of those in the boating community, to which I'm referring, about the detrimental effect on the whales. And we should, I think, rather than lumping all benign research into one basket without looking at what it consists of in each case, would be a mistake. That we should, in fact, remember that benign research takes many forms, some of them not so benign. Thank you.
Of course, I put the question as a provocation to try to elicit some responses and some ideas. Hardy.
Dale, you mentioned after a couple of people had spoken that you still didn't quite see what a whale or a dolphin might get out of communication or interaction with a human being. And I would just respond to that by saying that maybe the single greatest realization or kind of mental realization I've ever had was that there was some other creature out there. It's enhanced my life enormously to know that there may be something other than human beings around this planet with brains. And the process of, crude as my work has been, the process of trying to unravel that or bridge the gap has been a fascinating process, a very exciting process. And it may be, in fact, there's nothing, so far as I know, to say that the dolphins won't have that same response towards us. That it may not be enormously pleasurable, intellectually, enormously exciting for them to know that we're out here and that we think, especially if they give them hope, if they perceive us as creatures which have damaged them over the years, that maybe we're turning around. So that may be a pleasurable thing.
I think I just have a brief question, and it really harks back to the discussion from our philosophers before, but it relates to this. Do you see any place on this planet for any aboriginal whaling in its purest form?
Would you like to try to answer that? Can I amplify and say, do you see any future for Aboriginals in their purest form?
I don't see any Aboriginals in their purest form, I think is my answer. That is to say, in terms of the ethics of Aboriginal hunting, I think it's, if you like, I think I can say it's an academic question. I don't see Aboriginal hunting, and it doesn't exist. And so the question is not so far as I'm aware, anyhow, a genuine question. Perhaps I'm mistaken about that. But, yeah.
No, it truly is a genuine question, because you have been addressing topics of rights and culturalism and so forth, and there are other sentient beings out there who have other views on this, and I wondered what you thought about that. So it was a genuine.
What I meant by nothing, I didn't mean disrespectfully. I'm sorry. I hope I wasn't.
No.
What I meant was the notion of there being Aboriginal hunting with Aboriginal weapons and Aboriginal ceremonies and so on. So far as I'm aware, just from what I've read and seen, it no longer exists.
I think there's some in Indonesia about it.
Well, I'm unaware of the Indonesian case, and that's what I meant by saying it's an academic or not a genuine question, because it's only in the sense that I don't think it arises in the real world. But I would also say, yeah, that it's obviously the most important thing I'm saying, I think. I would also say, though, that what I'd want to do, if there were such a thing, is, of course, not ride in with a tank into the culture and say, you must behave as I say you must behave, because, of course, one of the ideals of the kind of position that I would represent and defend is that of rational persuasion rather than force. And so what I would want to try to do is to understand why the people thought the way they did, or why they acted the way they did, and also at the same time try to persuade them, so far as I retain my convictions, that what they were doing was wrong. But I wouldn't want to use high-handed coercion.
Robbins? You are now original. Tom, I'd like to restate what I think was Steve's question, because I think this has been one of the most troublesome moral and ethical issues that those of us concerned with whales and human beings have faced over the last decade. Call it not aboriginal, but subsistence, if you will. I'm talking about the cultural ties of the Eskimos to the bowhead, and what, in their view, as we have heard it from them, it means to their whole way of life. Last anchor, they call it. Our Western civilization has so exploited and devastated their traditional way of life, and granted they don't still use an aboriginal harpoon, if you will, but to them the relationship which they have maintained with the bowhead whale as something that gives to them a basis for their uniqueness in their subsistence in a symbolic way, if not in an absolutely literal way. If we're going to respect them as human beings, where do you weigh the balance of those two values?
Well, again, I think the question's more easily put than answered. Obviously, because you've had difficulty over the years trying to answer it. But I do think this. If it is the case that we accept and we act on the ethic of the rights and the value of the individual, then we could imagine this comparable kind of situation. Suppose we had a society that had slaves. Let's just suppose that was the case. And suppose we had impacted considerably on that society, and yet they still had this one last vestige of their tradition, the anchor of their cultural heritage. And they said, at least let us have this one thing. I mean, this is what keeps us the culture that we are. It would seem to me that if we took the rights of the individual seriously, that we would oppose that. That we would try to dissuade them from that. That we would not think it was right. We would not be tolerant of it, I think, morally tolerant of it. It seems to me, in other words, that an argument from tradition is, from a Western perspective, morally tolerable only to the extent that that tradition respects the rights of the individual. And to the extent that whales have rights, and to the extent that killing a whale, however much it benefits somebody else, is a violation of that whale's rights, to that extent we should oppose it. That would be the bad end. Not saying it'd be popular.
Yeah, this is a terribly difficult question, but I think that one problem that we have motivationally is that the bowhead whales end up paying the price for our intervention in Eskimo culture, which I think tends to be, in other words, our reparations for disrupting and destroying the traditional culture is to permit them to continue to kill the bowhead whale. At least that's how it seems to me, and I think that those are at the very least bad reasons.
Phoebe Ray has submitted a paper on tradition, which is very much to the point here. Do you want to say anything about it, Phoebe? You got a chance.
I would hope, it's 2 pages long, which is, I think, one of the briefest papers here. I simply make a point that I think traditions are extraordinarily important to humans as a continuum, and that to misrepresent them, to lie about them, or to honor them after they no longer reflect society is to trash them, and I find that reprehensible. And what I'm questioning right now, and vis-a-vis this conference, is whaling as a tradition. It is traditional in nearly every country where it is practiced or was practiced. There are a couple of countries now where it's been imported. It is not a tradition in some cultures, but has been imported for economic gain. And in those cases, I consider whaling a parasite. And I think that when the climate changes in those countries, it will fall off the way parasites fall going from salt to fresh water. Why I wrote the paper was to try to encourage us all to dust off our tradition, our ideas about the tradition of whaling, and say, do they truly reflect society in 1983? And if they do not, then why are we holding on to them? And isn't it time that we took a very serious look at that? Other than that, they are so important to humans that I think we must value them. And if anyone wants to say that whaling is truly a tradition in their culture in 1983, they must not convince me by how many jobs it provides or by any economic gain. They've got to convince my heart, and they've got to convince my spirit, because that's where traditions have value to our human culture. Thank you.
It's just 9:30, and I think that would be personally a very good note to finish this. Phoebe talked about dusting off our traditions. I think we've had quite a benign discussion about some potentially extremely emotional and controversial points, and underneath this benign discussion there may be some bruises in the room. I think some of us will go along and reflect, but if we go away convinced that at least we should dust off our assumptions and our hypotheses as well as our traditions and try to examine more closely our motives, our assumptions, it will help us, I think, have a really constructive discussion of the very specific issues during the rest of the week. So I'm very glad that we decided to have this special meeting and air some of these questions. No one could have expected any consensus, but if we go away and think about some of these things and ponder on them during the week while we're talking about cetaceans in captivity, whale watching and the like, then it will be
Yes, it's fine. Nicholas, keep it closer, please. Just been an accident. My God, Wade, you look so very thank you, Wade. Oh, thank you. Okay, Joel. You're on the good boat.
Where's Jean-Paul?
Robin! Robin!
Creep along here at a distance. We believe a hookfin whale is an animal we've been observing since '78, who has had one calf, two calves, I'm corrected, two calves in our period of study. That's Fringe, one of the large reproductively mature females. We're identifying her at this stage from the dorsal fin shape and marking. And we always await confirmation of tail in the air. In fact, everything is eventually taken into the laboratory and all the photographs are identified to confirm the individual's identity. Fringe should show a distinct fringe pattern along the posterior margin of her tail. That's Fringe. Confirmation. There's apparently three whales. There are three whales in this group, and this one looks like Pepper. That would be three reproductively mature females in a group here. If indeed we now know two of them. One is Pegasus with a black tail, a series of white barnacle circles on the undersurface. You haven't seen that yet, but we can show you. That would be Pegasus, I believe, there. And 1976, Pepper had her first calf in our observation. Of course, she may have had other ones that were still born or died before they reached this area, but her first calf was born in the winter of 1982. So she's now dropped her first calf, was nursing it here for the entire period of last season. Again, we have been drifting. That is Pepper, the first whale up, and we're identifying just from the dorsal fin shape, but it looks like Pepper. The next whale up is that's Fringe, very distinct dorsal fin. Her calf, her first calf, had a dorsal fin almost identical. Pepper up again. You should already by now see the distinctly different dorsal fins in these animals, and of course that's what we're using to identify them. Let's hope we see the tail patterns. That is the largest probably of this trio. Again, we'll roughly estimate her size at around 44 feet. And rising there, Pegasus. She should show a nearly all black tail with white barnacle scars, circles on the ventral surface.
We often have them circle, check the number versus the number we have, and I think we generally are feeling that we're counting about a third or less of the humpbacks that we have on the bank when we fly our tracks. Tracks are linear, running up and down the bank, about 28 miles in length, 7 of them. Again, the International Fund has been kind enough to grant us their survey time so that we could look at the whales over a broader region. Humpbacks here on the starboard side were pretty much blowing again in the wind. And as you can see, they're slow-moving, gentle animals right now. They're not very active, although we think there's a tail in the air. French again. Just a moment ago, the tail high or not, but see that large flat area, people wonder because of that. These whales, of course, swing upwards with their tail, and that creates a vertical rising column of water. That upwelling spreads at the surface as the water rises and cuts down the wave train, so reduces the capillarity of the surface, and they get a sort of oily looking ladder. That is Pepper. Again, she had the first calf in our period of observation last year. The calf was named Delta. There's a look at Pepper's tail, and no doubt about who it is. Some of you were looking at our master fund.
lot of green. It's always green. I think pepper's split.
Still trying to figure this one out. Well, we'll see the tail. You can all look at, well, I don't know. We won't see the tail. We don't need to know which individual that is. We're videotaping all of this. To put the picture together, we got to figure that one out. It's hard to tell from dorsal fin seen right behind.
You want to know what the depth is here?
They're all sort of split up.
Spawn on the left. Spawn pepper on the left. One at the top. You got pepper. I think that's. I got a picture.
Physically close together more than pepper. Looking at looks like pepper maybe coming back.
Beautiful. All right, that's Binoc.
Two of them.
Binoc and Stub again. What do you think of?
We're going to take a look at this. The second whale is missing its dorsal fin. We have 3 whales in our study that missed their dorsal fin. All of them, the head up from the one without the dorsal fin, either all-tip or stub. Binoc and stub. Now we've identified them, confirmed, and stub, if it shows its tail, will show many parallel white scars. Those parallel scars caused by attack, possibly by orchids or pseudorchid crassidens, more likely the orchids, but
White, did you get a white balancing?
Use it up against the front of the boat.
Yeah, we did. You running battery? There's a bed. Oh, look at that. Stub is switched to the left side. White off. Still flashing lights. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Probably about 20 seconds or about right on that 20 rails up. Oh, look at that. Oh, sound. No lift. Barrel. Oh, look at that.
So we have 2 whales we know well. Stub has a bit of a story associated with it. The animal has been back here every year since our first up. No doubt, I'm sure you can see between, if you look at these 2 animals, you certainly don't have any trouble separating them. Stub is definite. We're still wanting to look at the tail, and we may see it now. Not a good enough view to see by eye, but not in the way of photographs, we'll be able to confirm whether that is binoc or not.
Do we have a time stick on that one? Do we have a time stick on the previous thing? Yeah. If we need a time stick on this one.
Whale, we believe it's this one I was up a moment ago. That's stub, obviously named for the shape of the dorsal fin. Binoc is named because of a binocular-looking mark, there's binoc, on the left-hand tip of its tail. It's a lot like a pair of binoculars if you looked at them right on end. Actually, to the north and northeast of here, about 15 miles. We, I think, this year for the first time have a record of binoc springtime here on the south end of the bank. Stub is probably about 36 feet in length, something on the order of 12 meters, and binoc a little bit larger. Perhaps if you look at that, watch for a stumped tail.
Got it. Oh, nice.
Of 1979. The whale was first observed in April of 79, and at that time it was still bloody.
Where is it going?
Captain, shut the engines off, and binoc apparently choosing to come over to us. Normally that whale does not choose that. Stub occasionally will come over. The green color of the flipper shows you we are drifting now, and these animals are So it's something that humpbacks will do. Binoc crossing beneath us. So they're seen here along the starboard side. The greenish color of the slipper is pretty clear if you look down in the
You
water.
gotta come right up here, Tom.
The clear waters that many of you work with, we have visibility here of not much more than about 15 or 18 feet.
Way to go.
Passing beneath the vessel.
Coming up.
Other side?
Yep.
Blowing us over them.
Come on, Binoc. Right here, look. Here we go, here we go. Here we go.
Rising close to the stern again.
Oh, go, Bob.
That's every 9 on occasion, although this whale is not.
Here you go.
Not really.
This one's still here.
One of the ones that does it often. Binoc seldom comes over to the boat. You get the sense in cases like this.
Coming up.
Almost,
Coming up. Gotcha.
Subs interest that brought these animals over.
Here we go. Here we go. Here he is. Here he comes.
Hanging off. Sub, as you can see, or you can certainly see, right close along the port stern.
Still here. There he goes. The head's coming up now.
You should be able to see some of the scars. Really close to you. Some had scars on the face from that attack also.
What?
Oh, barnacle scars on the lower jaw. And the narwhal scarring still one hit of it on the dorsal fin.
Close the hose.
I've never seen this so close. I've never seen this this close. When we saw stuff at 79.
Here he goes. He's going now. Huh? Here he goes, Tom.
The new film's developed. It is also an interloper. That is a whale that we have not seen here before, and I believe from what I'm seeing that it's also a young animal, a small one. And there we have two individuals that
they're moving away. Magnificent.
Probably the unknown animal, a sort of low breach with 4 different categories of breach we recognize for our allometric and spins in the air. You go out along the port side now, the left-hand side of the boat.
The right.
Crown on the right and pole, the unknown looking at tail on the left.
Yeah.
See a bone dragging nest here along the port side. We've opened tail up.
Oh, that could be a wind-up. That's that new Hazy King wheel.
What was it? Was it a humpback or a finback? Cole, we got something right ahead of us.
Extraordinarily close breach, as I guess a few of you must have seen.
I gotta get up here too. Oh yeah. Oh wow.
We're getting flipper slapping display now. You're sort of getting the whole story here. Captain Will turned the boat around. We were drifting almost that entire time. Well, there's another example of the way these humpbacks sometimes do orient to the vessel. That's the unknown. That's the whale that we've not yet named that is putting on this display.
I took a picture of it, but I didn't see it. He'll be doing it again, Tom. Oh, man.
Wow. That's just Cheryl. Bow, crown, and swoop. Woo! Let me go like this. You don't see it?
See?
All right, okay, all right. I didn't know what you saw. I was thinking, yeah. Time 146, 51, 52, 50 south crown. Hello. I've been trying to look down on like 5 left. I thought I was being settled. South crown.
I think they were going to push the other direction, but somebody wasn't going.
There's another humpback by the fort.
Oh. That was after the official. You have to have Bruce video.
Oh, great. What's your number right now?
3091.
3091, Carol. Before that, spout. Who is that spout? No, there was that spout.
This whale showing very distinct narrow scarring. That's part of this whale's marking that we're going to be using for documentation. One wonders in these observations, we now have numbers of fishing vessels in this area, as you can see. And Dolphin 4 is watching, taking a look at whales. I think they got some on their starboard side as well as the ones that we're watching. I always wonder whether this is some behavior that's has something to do with the concentration of vessels here. We do see this sort of activity from the beach when there are no boats that we can see anywhere to the horizon.
So why don't you tell me where Crown is?
He's just
do have, pretty clearly have though that behavior, that bout of flipper slapping that was mentioned earlier.
Up, but you did that spout. You have Crown?
Looks like Crown is diving deeply. Possibility of a breach. Yet unidentified animal flapping.
47, 48, 49.
Carol, you should audio the side of what the whale's doing. Like that one is the left dorsal flap. Ironic, but it's the left flipper.
Left dorsal flap.
That was the left ventral. That's the left wall. It's right to the left dorsal surface.
Primarily left flipper being used here. Although we had just a moment after the breach that when that whale first came up with it, when it showed paired flipper.
Stay close to that.
Okay, well I'm going to do that now.
He's on his belly now? Now how do you... Is this growing or...
I want to see this other one.
You can see this animal is alternating with its left flipper, the dorsal and ventral surface of the flipper.
Dorsal? Alright, that's it. Ventral. And he's using his left flipper. You can call it in like what you're watching, right?
You spouted.
Spouted. Okay, all right.
Flapping.
Alright, so set it.
There he goes again. He's got a breather.
I mean, a whale. All his... Where?
Yeah.
Crown, as you can see, is taking a different role in this association. And for us, it's going to be tough to compare this information that we're recording here by video with much else, since these are two whales for which we have only a few observations. We've only seen Crown on other occasions, but compared with perhaps 400 or 500 times in the case of Pepper. So we won't have much in the way of comparison. But we do record this.
Oh, yeah. That may be the first salvage another
they're going to approach Dolphin 4, they're going to get their close view.
Hey, I got a pole out there. I can pick it up on the camera. Looks like a bamboo pole or something.
Now we've got an underwater camera. That fellow's hanging an underwater camera over the side as the Dolphin 5 drifts there. And that distance, he's going to have a very murky picture. But he might get something.
He just be rolling over.
Well,
yeah, right next to him.
Close view. That whale with the tail up is the one we're looking for a name on.
Ventral.
No, flapper.
And we just had a good look at the genitals. Hopefully the research team from the other boat will have photos so we can make at least a guess. We have a lot of guesses on this. Features, that one definitely was the whale, one flipper up and one flipper down, spinning in the air. And these are the highest breaches, the highest jumps of any of the 4 different times we recognize at Humpback Show. That was a chin breach, that was not a spinning breach. In that case, the whale leaves the flippers in the water and inflects its body and strikes the ventral surface as it falls. With luck, we might continue to see this activity, although I would imagine we'll go out of this bout of activity in the very near future. We've certainly seen some dramatic activity from a distance, and hope we might get a few views of it when we get up a little closer.
Oh, yeah.
The chin breaches are no spin, and the animals usually are only about half in the air with them appearing to strike the surface with their chin. That's why we called it that. And then what we call the spinning breach is primarily because of that spin in the air. That's the highest one. We've also applied the name that some people have been using, spinning head breach, but there's a chin breach, a very high chin breach. The only breach we've not seen is perhaps the highest of all. We call that one a pull breach, and the animal in that case pulls the flippers flat against the body. And usually without much spin. There's a chin breach, but a very high one again. Bending back, you can see it lifting its head back, controlling its body somewhat, and then striking the surface. Once again, we will have to figure out which individual we're dealing with, and because it's a trio, it could very well be the trio we saw before. And so that would explain why such big splashes, because those are some of the largest whales in our study, and that is a large whale there. So we'll just have to get closer, and really would suggest you all join me and see if we can figure out which whale's which by the dorsal fin hook and perhaps the tail. Another characteristic that we're in fact describing to our catalog that I hope will be published shortly is that the whale usually squirts water out of the mouth. Water appears to rise from the corners of the mouth as it chin breaches. You'll see sort of a plume of water rise. Let's see if we see any more chin breaching. Again, this is one of the more energetic breaches, and the whale usually is traveling forward at fairly high speed. So it's winding up again, picking up speed. Finally, we have another splash shot to the port, so we got we have, now that we see it, we apparently have one or two animals together on the port to the left, and this one individual separate. That explains why they seem to be so far apart when we saw them from a distance. Winding up again.
Right in front of us. There's a pin gap right directly in front of us. Right there.
A lovely view of this animal head on as it chin breaches in our direction.
Right there in front of us.
The Minky whale apparently on our starboard side. We're not going to slow down for that one. We'll continue here. There's a chin breach again. We're going to get a winding up again. Captain will likely slow us down right here, and we'll see if we get an ID on this animal. The other two have quieted down on the port side.
Here we go.
Chin breach.
Going away from us.
We'll note the water squirting out the mouth. This is not the most common of the breaches that we recognize here.
There it goes. Get ready for another one. it again. Diving again. We'll be coming up.
That is a whale we've seen before. Does anyone know which individual that is? Someone yelled Pegasus. They were right. That's, again, one of the larger females in our study, and you got a good look at about 4/5 of her in the air. That was a spinning breech. So keep an eye out. We may get another view. Again, we think she's something on the order of about 42 or 44 feet in length. There it is. The black flipper tops of whales that have dark tops to their flippers. Here, most of the humpbacks have primarily white ones. Watch for the tail up. You'll see the black flukes of Pegasus. Looks like she's kicking again. Be ready for her one more time.
237, 49, 50, 51.
Did anybody get that one? Keep an eye out along the port side, I guess.
Name this one Ham. Oh, you're brave.
Keep an eye out. I'm going to make a guess somewhere over a port stern. Hang on, everybody. Hang on. There's a very low chin breach. describing in our catalog, the animal, as it strikes the water, opens the mouth, which probably increases the velocity of the mandible hitting the water. And as Scott just mentioned, these animals make a lot of noise when they do that. Their mouth opening just before it hits the water. Looking all the world like the animals attempting to strike the water with particularly great force.
About what is transpiring here. The press conference was so interesting to so many people that it extended beyond the time that had originally been planned. The members of the steering committee who were answering questions and trying to review the work of this week for representatives of the press and for other interested observers there are putting their papers together. The conference has been concluded. There are still conversations going on, but they are on their way down here, and you're invited to make yourselves at home, as I see you are doing. I would suggest that while we're waiting to get the head table up and the formal opening of this concluding luncheon, any of you who have not yet
So any of you who are staying in the hotel and have not yet told the registration desk that you don't want to check out until after the luncheon, until 3 o'clock, get an extension, should do so now. You have to individually go to the hotel registration desk and say, I'm in room such and such, and I'm attending this conference. I will not be checking out till 3 o'clock. I do not wish to be charged for another night here in the hotel. They have assured us that if you tell them that individually, now they will allow you to not check out until 3 o'clock without the extra additional night's charge. And if there's anyone that has any difficulty about this, speak to me, and I will take it up with the hotel authorities and see that it gets cleared up. We've been telling them how very kind and helpful they have been throughout the week in hosting our conference here, and I think we want to maintain this kind of good relations with them, and we will be able to. Is Michael Bosley in the room?
He's left.
He's left already? We found his bag that he was looking for.
Maybe there's some money in it.
Are there any other comments or questions that we could help you with at this time? We appreciate everybody's indulgence and patience, and enjoy yourselves. Jim.
I have one question that might be of interest to more people than me, and that is, you probably have additional copies of some of the papers that were supplementary papers to the conference.
A few.
A few. Will those be available at any point during the afternoon for those who might want them?
Yes, anybody that can find me in a moment of non-concentration on something else, I will be happy to give the key to my room, my hotel room upstairs. It's from 900. You can go up there, and as long as you leave 5 copies of any that's there that we can have for the files, you can take any others that we don't.
I hope you won't be hearing me that much longer. That will be a relief to most of you. I'd like to start with a brief anecdote. As all of you know, now be familiar with the fact that I was born in Columbia and came to the States to study oceanography under a Fulbright Hays scholarship program. After I had been here about a year or so, incidentally, the Fulbright Scholarship Program is administered through the State Department. I got a very nice letter from the State Department saying, Dear Mr. Palacio, we would like to inform you that a small town in Tennessee was created because of the transportation of bananas from New Orleans to Chicago last century. And it is now 100 years since this town was founded. And we're going to have a very special banana festival. And since you come from a banana-producing country, we're wondering as to whether you would like to come and participate in the festival and act as a chairman. I proceeded to write, I guess, my first formal letter in the States, to the State Department, Assistant Secretary of State or something, and I expressed my gratitude for having taken me into consideration for this new and exciting duty, and I also asked as to whether they would provide bananas for me or should I bring my own bananas. The other rewarding experience from this event is that I have succeeded in stunning my wife, who has not seen me wearing a tie for more than 3 days in the consecutive days for the last 2 years or so. She hardly recognizes me with her tie, so she now wants me to use it more frequently. Reluctantly, I sincerely regret that we haven't had as much time to go over the recommendations and the modifications and the modifications and the additions that all of you have submitted. We have now included and received all that has been given to us as a result of this morning's meeting, and we hope after lunch, if we don't fall asleep immediately after, to add these comments and reword them in a way that we will make them available both to Dr. Barstow, so they will be reproduced, and also to Dr. Gamble, so they will be presented to the IWC. We hope that we recognize the fact that not everybody is going to be fully satisfied with all that is said there might be some reservations on the wording and substance. So we hope to include a clause saying that we realize that not everyone fully agrees with everything that is said, but that in fact what has been presented reflects a consensus, and that we hope to avoid hurting anybody's feelings by including that note, and asking for your indulgence in recognizing that we certainly have not had sufficient time to include all these points. However, I hope that, or I personally feel that in view of the fact that most of the last changes were really of form rather than of substance, that a final document with whatever limitations that they may have will in fact reflect what you have proposed. I would like to also recall the fact that in organizing this and convening this conference, all the commissioners of the IWC, or member governments, were invited to participate, as well as the members of the scientific committee. So therefore, all the governments had the opportunity to have a representative invited, paid, to come here, and therefore we have not specifically invited any of the, shall we say, companies or interests of any country that might have wished to express any opinion. So the door was open for any government or its representative to present recommendations and to have them discussed, adopted, or rejected at the conference. I have received a number of comments with respect to Peter Scott's wonderful suggestion for the creation of a new post, so we call it a post, in the IWC for someone to carry on with perhaps what is the gist of all your recommendations here. And many people here have expressed that if by itself may mean that if any government should take it upon itself to recommend the adoption of that single resolution, the terms of reference of any new activity should in fact be drawn in terms of all the recommendations that have been expressed here. So Sir Peter Scott's single idea might be in fact the vehicle for carrying out as many of your ideas as possible within the constraints of the IWC. The next point would be, of course, to proceed on with the program, and I would request that if anybody strongly feels that they have been, that we have not taken into consideration their views in the context of the document, perhaps right at the end we might discuss it. Could I then assume, and since you're all happily satisfied with the delicious lunch, that we might in principle adopt by consensus the basic substance of the document, with the caveat that we recognize that not everyone's points are fully satisfied in the document or reflected in it, but that in fact the gist of it is encompassed by what we have all prepared today. Is that a consensus? The consensus means, in other words, that those of you who disagree have decided not to exercise your right to express it at this point, so we recognize that some people might be in disagreement. So we shall then proceed to listen to another chairman, which is the first chairman of the U.S. Marine Mammal Commission and Distinguished Scientist, author, naturalist, and well-known gentleman, Dr. Victor Schaefer.
Thank you, Francisco. I appreciate your introduction, but I think it was biased in the direction of exposing some of the brighter aspects of my career. There have been others. With the hope that these remarks will be helpful to you, I have decided to comment on the deliberations of the past week.
I've approached this assignment with some uncertainty as to just what would be helpful, and I've gone through several stages in the development of something in the way of a speech in the last couple of days. My bedroom floor resembles that old poem, The Face on the Cutting Room Floor. Ours has been a complex and thought-provoking meeting. I'm sure there have been times when we have felt exalted, and there have been times when we have felt like the old naturalist A. Radcliffe Dugmore, who wrote a story entitled Unending Minutes Under an Elephant. This conference was rooted in two earlier ones, the 1976 Scientific Consultation on Marine Mammals in Bergen, and the 1980 Conference on Cetacean Behavior, Intelligence, and the Ethics of Killing Cetaceans held in Washington. Both of these considered, to a certain extent, the importance of non-consumptive uses. At the Bergen Conference, under the aegis of Roger Payne, Phoebe Ray, we tried to place some monetary value on the non-consumptive uses of cetaceans, whales, it was all marine mammals actually. These values included whale watching in the wild and in captivity, television shows, movies about whales, whale books, recorded music of whales, and artworks inspired by whale voices and the shapes and rhythms. Worldwide, we concluded these values surely exceeded $200 million. And we found that living whales were even more valuable than the confirmed zoophiles among us had supposed. And at the Bergen Conference, as well as this past week, we have considered perhaps indirectly the many contributions of whales that can't be measured. They will never be measured, but will be agreed upon by those whom E.M. Forster might call an aristocracy of the sensitive and the considerate. So taking up the principal papers and their satellite discussions briefly on morality, I feel that we are engaged in a communion of the whale, a sharing of facts, ideas, and emotions about whales, and dolphins, and kin, measured by the number of recent books and articles about whales and the number of organizations devoted to their conservation. The communion of the whale is growing rapidly, has been growing rapidly since its beginning in the 1960s. I had occasion recently to try to list the number of organizations that had in their names a cetacean or whale or dolphin or killer whale, and there were 15. I think never before has there been such an explosive growth of interest in a group of wild mammals. I suppose our conference here might be called a wildlife management conference, but it's a rather unusual one in that it departs from conventional questions of wildlife managers and becomes deeply involved in ethical problems. The old problems are those of manipulating populations largely and manipulating environments. Well, wildlife managers are not too comfortable with ethical problems. Only recently have they come to understand that they must deal with ethical problems. They must study public preferences for wildlife uses, must listen sympathetically to sentiment as well as to fact. And they must respect the strength of the animal rights movement, a movement which is growing and gathering momentum. At least 20 American universities at the moment now offer courses on the ethical treatment of animals. And perhaps wildlife managers should entertain the possibility that beyond analytical intelligence, there is the kind of intelligence that Patrick Corbett calls intuitive or imaginative intelligence displayed by cats, mothers, and poets. Which leads me to the ethical implications of non-consumptive uses. Clearly this week we've been trying to shape a global morality, a code of ethics, a consensus about what might be right and wrong about uses of whales. Any consensus, of course, will change with time. This is the nature of moral codes. But I think that world events are showing that the morality vis-a-vis whales is moving in the direction of more benign and less invasive treatment of them. Sidney Holt calls this a transformation in public thought. Dale Jameson and Tom Regan take a position which, for the moment at least, is extreme. They quote, I quote, "The moral task before us is the most difficult because the most hidden and self-sacrificial. It is to let whales alone." This reminds me of the old lady who had slipped from the Catholic faith, and the Holy Father was trying to bring her back by describing the martyrdom of St. Denis. You will recall that he was the chap who, when he was beheaded by the sword, walked off with his head under his arm. Well, the old lady said thoughtfully, "I suppose the first step would have been the hardest." Russell Train tells us that we should be more polite to whales, and that to protect them will be a measure of our civilization. On whales in education and culture, Fran Lipscomb gives a valuable history of the whale movement from 1971 to now. Whales introduced themselves to the modern world through a universal language, through the songs, the music that they produce beneath the surface of the sea. This is a form of communication that really needs no translation, or at least it loses nothing in the translation. Whales allow us insight into the animal capabilities such as those of communicating, deep diving, learning routines, and displaying altruistic behavior, which we humans share in some degree. And I'm very interested in this particular point that whales help us to teach our children how wild animals feed and breed and defend themselves and escape hard times, and as populations at least change through the centuries. And poets tell us that the supreme contribution of whales is that they quicken our sense of wonder. Whales now have a global constituency, although admittedly it is weak in the developing countries. Hardy Jones and Bill Rossiter believe that we sort of whaley types should step up our efforts to widen that constituency. This week perhaps we should have been placing more emphasis on making special television clips of one kind or another to pass out to the media people that would eventually carry to the public some of the excitement we are feeling about discussing new uses of whales. On recreational whale watching, Maxine McCloskey's carefully researched paper explains who is watching whales, why, what, where, when, and what species they are watching. I gather that the economic value of whale watching is difficult to estimate. I don't want to leave the impression that I'm all wrapped up in economic values of cetaceans, because the reverse is quite true. But some people seem to take a particular interest in this point. Anyway, whale watching in the United States amounts to at least $15 million a year. Whale watching has outgrown its controls. Watchers and boat operators are asking questions about harassment, about the safety of passengers. Some of you may not know that 2 men were killed last year in the Mexican lagoon. It was a rubber life raft, I believe. Financial risks to operators and competition with local fin fishermen for the same inshore waters. I don't recall that anybody during this conference brought up the possibility of looking at whales from anchored platforms. When I was in Bahia Magdalena about 3 years ago, the operator had anchored a barge or a raft of some sort of very low structure, maybe 2 feet above the water. On it there was a covered awning under which one could cook with charcoal. There was a little toilet facility at one end, and one could spread sleeping bags out and during the night listen to the soft complaints and blows of enjoyment of the gray whales going by, pretty much, we suppose, ignorant of the presence of humans. I believe this idea should be expanded. Paraphrase Paul Spong, we used to consume whale bodies, now perhaps we are consuming their space both psychological and geographical. On cetaceans in captivity, George Polari, longtime student of cetacean anatomy and behavior, is convinced that holding animals in captivity is wrong. First, it often produces, quote, stereotyped prison behavior, end quote. The prisoners become mute or refuse to breed or to eat or try to kill their companions and injure themselves. Some biologists will surely question Polari's use of the terms homosexual, murderous, and suicidal behavior. The instance given, for example, in George's paper of homosexual attraction was simply, I think, that one cetacean was restored to its former companion, and the sex didn't have anything to do with it. It was just an old friend. Second, captivity often produces atrophy of brain tissue, changes in the blubber, and other anatomical abnormalities. Third, it exposes the captives to diseases and accidents. They would be less likely to suffer in the wild. Excuse me, I picked up a bit of a scratchy voice here in Boston yesterday, so far. All of this adds up, says Polari, to the fact that research findings from captives cannot be trusted. He does approve of swimming and diving with free animals, or holding them briefly in natural pools and then releasing them. Where is one to draw the line at using dolphins in captivity was perhaps the most divisive question during our conference. Animal rightists endorsed Polari's stand, while curators of Dolphinaria reject it out of hand. In between are many biologists who are searching individually and personally for answers. For what it is worth, I myself have been persuaded by the arguments presented at this meeting that the request by a private aquarium to take 100 killer whales is ill-considered. It cuts across the grain of our time. I think it will be shown offensive eventually to public taste. Dolphinaria promote research and education. These in turn win popular sympathy for cetaceans. Has that sympathy now been won except in the developing countries? And if so, is it not time to move research and education out of the dolphinaria and into the natural waters of the cetaceans? Again, referring to Paul Spong, we know what cetaceans are. Now we should let them go. And there's a related issue. The places where dolphins can most easily be captured alive often happen to be the very places where biologists are already studying them individually on a long-term basis. Hard-feeling result. I think Sir Peter Scott's opinion will appeal to many at this point, if I have it right. Educational but not amusement dolphinaria may be acceptable for a few more years. Then we shall resort to, quote, happening places, unquote, for human cetacean contacts. A final word on dolphinaria. We agree that careful regulation of these facilities is called for. We propose that the IWC encourage its member states to adopt such regulations. But Patricia Forkin tells us in so many words that conservations in the past have seen the IWC as the great problem. Should they now ask it to be the great solution? Should they expect it to take an interest in the capture and husbandry of dolphins? On benign research with cetaceans, PBRA examines the kind of research that has largely occupied the scientists of the IWC to date, namely estimating distribution and abundance. She calls attention to the new techniques available, including aerial photography, radio tracking, video camera scanning, listening through hydrophones, and satellite telemetry. Once considered a sort of hobby, or at least of uncertain value, the photography of natural marks and scars on the bodies of whales is now proving extremely useful. It does not harm the whales, and it reveals their movements through vast distances of time and space. Roger Payne continues this discussion of the benign research. I'm pleasantly surprised to learn how many reproductive parameters can be obtained without shedding blood. This was not so in my 15 summers on the Alaska Fur Seal Islands. These parameters include the gestation period, the age of sexual maturity, the pregnancy rate, and the sex ratio. Of course, you can't get these data as fast as you can by knocking over animals, particularly animals of known age, but you can get them if you're patient. The song analyses of North Pacific humpbacks suggest that the whole population is one interbreeding stock. If true, here is a fact that the whale hunters during the past century have failed to learn. Payne is sold on the need to explore the possibility of communication between humans and other animals. His point is, as I take it, is that if this is proved, it will raise the public awareness of wild animals and their conservation needs by a quantum leap. And let's not forget that humaneness in any kind of animal research makes for efficiency. Ecologist W.M.S. Russell has written that the greatest scientific experiments have always been the most humane and the most aesthetically attractive. conveying that sense of beauty and elegance which is the essence of science at its most successful. On the ecological importance of cetaceans, I have no very profound thoughts. I'm not quite sure how they fit into this conference. I guess they do. We're told that whales annually take more fish than do marine fishermen. As I recall, the commercial take throughout the world annually is about 70 million metric tons. Is that right? The northern fur seals consume about 2 million tons of fish and squid. We ought to use whales with some understanding of the consequences to their ecosystems. Whales co-evolved with hundreds of thousands of other species, including prey animals, predators, parasites, symbionts, commensals, and neutrals. When we take a whale from the sea, what sort of hole have we left? On sanctuaries, Fran Lipscomb points out that the first national sanctuary for whales was established by Mexico in 1971 in Laguna de Libre, Mexico. Argentina began to recognize the value of its own living whale treasure in 1972 when Roger Payne arrived on the Patagonian coast. As tiny Malta conceived a world law of the sea, so tiny Seychelles conceived the first international whale sanctuary in the Indian Ocean in 1979. I believe we are only beginning to realize the full potential of sanctuaries of one kind and another in furthering non-consumptive uses. On the issue of conflicting uses, I have already touched on many of these. In general, Silas Jones believes that there is, quote, unity in diversity among us, while Mick Carter sees an equality of sensitivity. I like that. I see our deliberations as a splendid exercise in moderation and tolerance. I've arrived at legal aspects last because I think they are extremely important and tie in with what I'm going to say briefly thereafter. To Patricia Burney, Beardy was given the task of finding support for the recommendation that the IWC expand its interest in non-consumptive uses. I simplify here. She has indeed found support in the Convention of 1946, precedent in the past behavior of the Commission, and precedent in the national laws of the United States, Australia, Seychelles, New Zealand, and Mexico. I wonder if not Australia also with the work of Sir John Foster, Sidney Foster, yes.
I did.
Oh, did you? Oh, yes, I have it right here. She suggests that the IWC could simply interpret whaling, and in inverted commas, as embracing non-consumptive uses. Better still, the IWC could adopt a protocol enlarging the scope of the 1946 convention. While I endorse Sir Peter Scott's comparison between birders and whalers, I doubt that even a modern Melville could bring life to the adventures of a gang of benign whalers. Scott's point, however, is well taken and I hope legally attractive. Dr. Burney's contribution to the success of this conference cannot, I think, be underestimated. Let me conclude with a few personal thoughts about the IWC, that club of fishery states, as Ray Gamble calls it. I believe it is experiencing a moral change of life. It is becoming less arrogant and secreted. It is searching for a more widely useful role in the conservation of the whales of the world ocean. By sponsoring our meeting here, it seems to admit that whales belong to men, women, and children who will never see a real whale, as well as to the few thousands who claim commercial rights in whale products. It seems to demonstrate that it can accept social as well as industrial responsibility for the future of whales. It is, I think, at the point of conceding that to kill a whale with a fragmentation bomb is extremely cruel. I believe it is ready to trade its long-standing goal of maximum sustainable yield for one of optimum sustainable good. This week, we have been playing the role of futurists, or those who act in the interests of unborn generations. Philosopher Stephen Clark reminds us that a community has as much right to protect its moral as its material heritage. Because we regard the human adventure as exciting and full of promise, we take responsibility for persons whom we will never know, and we try to protect for them this cradle of all life, this planet Earth. We have no reason, of course, to value lives beyond our own. We're moved by sentiment alone. But is this not reason enough? Thank you.
As an exercise in influencing the thoughts and hearts and minds of people. Most impressive. Thank you so much, sir. My only other job is that I really do want to express on behalf of all of us our thanks to the steering committee and in particular to its chairman, Francisco Palacio. Thanks to the Connecticut Cetacean Society and our good friend Robbins Barstow in particular, and his marvelous team of helpers who have looked after us during these days. And thanks to all of you for coming, because I think it has been a very exciting meeting, and we can't have an exciting meeting without a lot of exciting people, and therefore I want to thank you all. And I just have to explain in conclusion that something quite interesting happened back in my country the day before yesterday, and I am moderately pleased with the results, and being a patriotic type, I put on my patriotic socks this morning. As I'm speaking of elections, I'd just like to tell you about an old aunt of mine who said, who was asked whether she was going to vote in the election, and she said, "Good heavens, no, it only encourages them." May I return to you to ask you to endorse a vote of thanks to the people I've mentioned.
Lily's timer. He has kept us aware that consistently gone up at various times during the hour. Fascinating subject for us to discuss.
Which begins next Tuesday. But really,
do want you to come back because in December of this year, the first week of December, the 5th Biennial Conference on the Biology of Marine Mammals will be held in Boston. I think this is the appropriate time to come and see and hear the results of some of the benign research that we've been discussing. There is a great number of people who've already been submitting papers for that conference. So the New England Aquarium will be hosting one more conference, and we do look forward to seeing all of you here in Boston.
This moment of euphoria, it's not very appropriate to have one note of pessimism, and I would like to recall some of the words that were said at the Seychelles meeting, in which attention was drawn to the fact that the Commission itself and the government therein represented moved rather slowly, and that at this point, when we have just had recently in July, a vote for a zero quota, commencing in 1985-86, we still have a substantial problem of the reservation filed by a number of governments, and we have to keep in mind that that is a reality, and that we have to be cautious in the way we proceed in the future. The reason for optimism is that, in fact, in my interpretation, historically we have seen a number of countries engage in an activity which served its purpose in history and culture, particularly in this country, England and others, and is now in the process of evolution, and it is looking towards new directions. And implicitly, in my interpretation, is the fact that we are undergoing a stage of introspection as to what we are doing with the sea and with all the animals that surround us in our world. I hold the view that we really don't save whales or protect whales for themselves. We really do it for ourselves, because we hope to be around to enjoy them. And when one is surrounded by everyday television and news and what have you, frightening problems that surround us, the fact that a group of people, perhaps representing thousands, that are concerned about enjoying life in our planet is a note of optimism that perhaps doesn't surface in everyday life. So we do have to recognize that the process is slow, that the future is difficult, we have very serious legal problems before us, and that we must be cautious as to being over-optimistic about the future. But the fact itself that we have undertaken historically this meeting to say, hey, let's look at things in a different way, let's re-examine ourselves in the direction in which the future will be shaped, is, in my opinion, the most successful note. At the meeting in the Seychelles, I think the first time I addressed the audience, I referred to one of the central or centrifugal organizers as the Force. Now that we're in the era of the trilogy of the Star Wars, we have to live with the Force. A special Jedi, a Yoda, or some sort. And of course, you all know I'm talking about Robin Barstow. Not meaning in any way any physical resemblance between Yoda and himself. So, not Yoda, I'm sorry, Robin would like to say something.
What a coming together for the future this has been. The Connecticut Cetacean Society is a very, very small little organization of what we refer to as common people, concerned about the common heritage of all humankind. And those of you who have come and taken part in this conference at this time have certainly fulfilled a dream that should be, I think, an inspiration.
And we're not sure why we're here either, but we're proud to be. First, let me begin by honoring all of you, us, as participants, because it's been so exciting to meet so many incredible people. I thought of it as, when I first got here, perhaps you wearing a newly starched shirt, and it's a little uncomfortable and you hitch yourself around, you're not sure if people are going to notice the spot. And then you find everyone has a spot on their shirt, and the shirt kind of softens, and you begin to get comfortable with it as the days go. And you really begin to flow with this thing. And then, just in time, just as you get ready to go home, after intensive wear, the shirt begins to smell just good. It's time to go home. However, may I offer a sincere thought to you, and this is a clinical thought contributed by a professional here. There is a euphoria, and we tend to feel we have a consensus of spirit. But don't be afraid to go home and recognize that you're going to feel down. It's going to be a reaction to what you might have here. I recognize it'll happen to me. As you go, think of yourself as this shirt, and if you're going to launder that shirt when you get home, first, don't let any ideas drop out of the pocket. Secondly, don't let the spirit that's imbued the fabric get washed away. But most importantly, don't let the bleach pale the color that we hope you can take away from this conference. So CCS would like to be able to honor all of you as participants first. And that's a very sincere, how about an applause for ourselves? Now, there are participants at this conference who cannot be here at this luncheon. And I feel a particular indebtedness to them. I hope you'll share it. This idea might have sounded a bit silly to some a short while ago, but I'm sure, I do hope that you'll appreciate the significance. Besides, think about it, they just might be able to hear us. As Richie Hayden says, think about it. May I ask for a round of applause for Pepper, Fern, Stub, Pegasus, Crown, and the humpbacks and cetaceans of Stillwagon Bank. CCS has gotten a lot of support from a great number of people. It's been an incredible outpouring of all sorts of things. There are several contributing organizations that provided a great deal of support to us. The list of these organizations will have to flow rapidly, as Rob says. Time is important. American Cetacean Society, the Animal Protection Institute of America, the Center for Environmental Education, the Environmental Defense Fund, and the National Audubon Society. How about a collector round, please? But there are several organizations or individuals that have been so significant in their awareness of the importance of this meeting that they have become co-sponsors. And little CCS, again, would like to provide a very small token to these organizations in the appreciation of time. Now, I'm going to read out the list of names and would ask a representative from these groups to please pick these up. But I will take a moment to present two, if I may. And it's my honor to be able to present the citation of appreciation to the International Whaling Commission for co-sponsoring the first global conference on the non-consumptive utilization of cetacean resources, Boston, Massachusetts, 6 through 11 June 1983. This is unannounced, and even, well, this is just for me, and I hope you'll share it with me. There is a dancing flame here, and he's ignited you as he ignites me, and you cannot possibly find much wrong with him, although you question sometimes. You're dragged right along with him, man. This is his spark. It's his flame that's kept us warm. May I present this then as a surprise to Dr. Robbins Barstow. Think of this list as I read it, please. These are the people who have been co-sponsors to this event. The significance of the diversity represented here. The scale and scope is enormous, but there is a unity of spirit, shared in different ways, but I hope we all take it back with us and perhaps meet again, at least in spirit. The International Whaling Commission, these are the co-sponsors of the Whales Alive Conference. The International Whaling Commission, the Connecticut Cetacean Society, the Republic of Seychelles, the Animal Welfare Institute, Greenpeace International, the Humane Society of the United States, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, the International League for the Protection of Cetaceans, the New England Aquarium, the World Wildlife Fund, International Union for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. Now, if I may add a footnote, I was required to do so by the young lady with the skill and the delight to make the calligraphy for each of these citations. She urged me with her hands in the air when I gave her that full title to please ask him to fix that name. One last but greatest, if I may, and until now, seen by nobody. This is a photograph that seems to embody the spirit of Whales Alive to just about everyone who has seen it. And it's of a humpback whale on its side, pectoral fin exposed to the air. Oh! That was a test to see if This whale, as you can see, is pondering the people as equally as they ponder him. It was selected and then donated by a remarkable young man, Phil Clapham, who's part of the crew. That he was not with us yesterday on the Dolphin Fleet. He was in the airplane overhead, part of the research operation. But this is the quality of photograph they come up with. And Phil was very kind to donate not just the photograph, but the data on side. This whale is understood. You see, this individual whale was chosen, not the photograph. Side is a creature of great personality. Seems for some reason to want to approach people. And therefore Side is a special whale, in a sense contributed by the Provincetown Center for Coastal Studies out of their knowledge of this individual species. Now, besides the photograph, who's it going to get? For those of you who have not seen Calligraphy Illuminated, I ask you please to take a look at this later, if you will. I hope that it's self-sufficient to read it. Whereas Stephen Helminski of West Reading, Connecticut, this is what I meant, my friend, has provided the extraordinarily significant and far-sighted contribution that caused Whales Alive to grow from idea to event, whereas Stephen Helminski has overwhelmingly demonstrated his concern and dedication for cetaceans and the seas in which they live, and both whale and man must need find some suitable token of appreciation and gratitude for his generosity. Whereas there lives, in certain seasons in the waters of Skowhegan Bank, Massachusetts, a singularly impressive and playful humpback whale named Side. Whereas Side has brought joy and awe to the hearts of thousands of people who shared the spectacle as this whale cavorted with special style and grace. Whereas Side, in representing the beauty, mystery, and reality of the world's cetaceans, also represents the very heart and soul of the Whales Alive Conference. Therefore, let it be known that Stephen Helminski is officially appointed for life as sole protector of Side, said status and position to be considered unique and of the highest honor, for it is conveyed in part to distinguish a man who has demonstrated his commitment, in part to distinguish a whale who has touched the heart of man, in part to signify the hope that man's future will include a growing awareness, understanding, and concern for the cetaceans, the seas, and the earth we all share. Steve? Thank you.
Exhilaration, this euphoria, and a thanks to everybody. Everybody without naming them, the leaders, the presenters, all the participants, the flow, the tide of destiny which we are flowing with through this conference. To conclude, let's do what we do at Connecticut Cetacean Society meetings. We all join in a loud cheer. I'm going to tell you what to say. Whales alive forever. Let's go. Whales alive
forever. We get our gratitude to many very crucial and critically important people that have not joined us today. I'm thinking of people in the order of Lyle Watson, that has done so much. Many others that that are not here. Many people whose names we don't know, perhaps maybe somewhere in Peninsula Valdez or somewhere in Mexico. There's many, many people that share this moment with us. We should think of them. Also, we would like, I guess, to express the facilities, the hotel and the volunteers, particularly the volunteers that have gotten me used to receiving a warm kiss in the morning. I hope I won't have withdrawal symptoms. I think I will. Yes, I am looking at you, yes, don't I? Yes. Eula. Thank you very much, Eula, for your warm kisses. They've made my day sometimes. I needed it too. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to all the countries from where you come from. There's many countries represented here, many representing several countries, two at a time. It is acknowledged that you have traveled from great distances, from Japan, Australia, Seychelles. It really is truly an international meeting, although perhaps the main emphasis has been North American, but it is an international meeting in itself. And finally, the distinguished international lawyer, who incidentally happens to be the chairman of the IWC, wanted to express his feelings on this meeting, off the record, I guess. Mr. Eduardo Iglesias.
Thank you, Chairman. As you all know, I was refraining to take part in all this conference. I was very safe in the discussion, debates, personal behaviors. I mean, anything was happening here was very near to my understanding in some way. And as a lawyer, diplomat, and many awful thing I am, I was really trying not to intervene because I think it was your party, it was your conference, it was your event. But nevertheless, I wouldn't like to go from Boston, where I got a very nice cold and flu, without saying how I enjoyed personally this meeting and how I was impressed by your enthusiasm and by your willingness to make things work in many fields. The only thing, if you allow me to say at the very end, as always I do, and the Secretary is always reluctant to accept it, that really we are dealing here with a very different field that we will expect to have in next month in the IWC annual meeting. But doesn't mean that it's different, it doesn't mean that it's controversial one. It seems that only is a different level. The country will be there, and country has another responsibility, another scope, and even another aims in his own task for the international relations. Then allow me to thank you everybody again. I think Dr. Gamber was quite hectic during this week in order not to lose contact with the IWC, and I was quite near him, and I hope to see you anytime, anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. I asked him to come to the floor twice during the meeting. One was reluctantly, and the second time he wanted to speak. I want to make that clear. Recently, as you all know, there's a convention called the International Convention on the Trade and Endangered Species, CITES, that took place. The meeting took place in Botswana not long ago. In Botswana, Sidney Holt requested the floor for 30 seconds, and everybody pulled out their timers, and he spoke for 3 minutes. Now he said he wanted to address us for a minute. We don't know what to say. But that's Sidney Holt, please.
Not trying to get the last word. Everyone's had expressions of appreciation, but there's one lot, a whole big lot that haven't. Some of the very distinguished and effective people have brought their kids to this conference. One of the reactions could have been, it flashed through my mind, get these noisy brats out of here, we're trying to do serious business. But they're the ones who are going to benefit from what we do and what we've talked about. I think we should wish well the next generation of the sons and daughters of whale watchers, whalers, and everybody else.
Hear, hear.
You kept within that minute.
Yeah, I can do it.
I'd like to ask to stand my wife and helpmate, Margaret Barstow, who has been absolutely indispensable to the fulfillment of this conference. Meg?
Hear, hear.
I'm actually inclined to believe that that's where the force lies. Thank you, goodbye.
More of Robin Sbarstow's whale documentaries are available on the BTA Films channel on YouTube. Click here to subscribe or follow these links to other films by a master of home movie storytelling in the pre-digital era.